Welcome to Shredder Fanfic. Like, subscribe, and hype video. Join members to gain early access to new videos. After the main character dies, he wakes up inside of a world mixed with Marvel and DC. He is reborn as a Half-Saiyan, Half-Kryptonian, and Half-Viltrumite hybrid. What will a hybrid with those bloodlines do inside of Marvel x DC?
Marvel x DC, reborn as a Half-Kryptonian, Half-Saiyan, and Half-Viltrumite. Chapter 1, A Fall That Wasn't Mine. I died because a rock hit my head. There was no warning, no build-up. One moment I was walking, thinking about nothing important, and the next moment there was pain, a sharp crack, and then nothing. No darkness stretching on. No tunnel. Just an abrupt stop, like someone turned the world off. When I became aware again, I was lying on my back, staring up at something that didn't look like a ceiling or a sky. It was just space. Flat, empty, quiet. I felt intact. No pain. No blood. I lifted my hands in front of my face and flexed my fingers slowly, checking if they responded. They did. Everything felt solid. Then I noticed the orb. It hovered above me, smooth and perfectly round, about the size of a large exercise ball. It glowed softly, not blinding, just enough to be unmistakable. It didn't pulse or flicker. It just existed there, steady and calm. I pushed myself up into a sitting position and looked directly at it. My heart was steady. I wasn't panicking. I had died once already. This didn't feel worse than that. Who are you? I asked, my voice sounding normal to my own ears. I am God, the orb said. The voice didn't come from a mouth. It filled the space evenly, like sound without direction. It wasn't loud or soft. It just was. I blinked once. Okay, I said. I didn't bow or yell or do anything dramatic. So I'm dead. Yes, the orb replied. You died unjustly. I let that sit for a second. A rock, I said. That tracks. Yes. I shifted my legs under me and stood up. The ground felt firm, even though it looked like nothing. So then, I said, dusting off my clothes out of habit even though there was no dirt, can't I just go back? No, the orb said. I frowned slightly. Why not? That is not an option available to you. I stared at it for a moment longer, then sighed. Figures. So what happens now? I will send you to another universe, the orb said. A universe that is a connected mix between DC and Marvel. I raised an eyebrow. Connected how? Like they just crossed over recently, or? It is created connected, the orb said. They have always existed together. I nodded slowly. Okay. That actually sounds complicated. It is functional. I rubbed the back of my neck and looked around the empty space again. Do I get anything out of this? I asked. Like special powers or something? Yes, the orb said. You will be a hybrid. Saiyan, Kryptonian, and Viltrumite. I paused. Then I smiled. Okay, I said. Okay, yeah, that's good. You will retain full memory of your previous life and full knowledge of the canon events of this universe, the orb continued. You will not reveal the nature of your rebirth to others. Wasn't planning to, I replied. That would get weird fast. There was a brief silence. Then, without warning, the space beneath my feet vanished. Oh, I started. The ground dropped away completely, and I fell. I yelled, more out of surprise than fear, as air rushed past me. The empty space above snapped shut, replaced by blue sky and scattered clouds. Gravity grabbed me hard. Wind tore at my clothes. I flailed once, then forced myself to stop and straighten out. I was falling fast. I had just enough time to think, so this is how it starts, before the ground rushed up to meet me. I hit grass. Not concrete. Not asphalt. Grass and dirt, tearing up a shallow crater beneath me. The impact should have shattered every bone in my body. Instead, it felt like jumping off a high ledge and landing wrong. The shock ran through me, but nothing broke. I rolled once and came to a stop on my side. I lay there for a second, staring at the sky, breathing in air, earth smells, distant city noise. I was in a park. Holy, are you okay? I turned my head and saw a skinny guy in a jacket and hoodie jogging toward me, eyes wide, hands raised like he wasn't sure whether to touch me or not. Brown hair, anxious expression, familiar face. Peter Parker. I pushed myself up onto my elbows, then sat. Yeah, I said. I'm okay. He stopped a few feet away, still staring. Dude, you just fell out of the sky. I know, I said, smiling. Not my usual way of getting around. He laughed nervously. I mean, I've seen some stuff, but that was wow. He extended a hand. Can you stand? I took his hand and stood up easily. My body felt light. Strong. Balanced. I brushed grass off my pants. Thanks. I'm Peter, he said. Peter Parker. I'm Flame, I replied. He blinked. Flame. Yet. Like, legally. Working on that, I said cheerfully. He chuckled, then looked me up and down again, eyes sharp despite the nervous energy. So, not to be rude, but are you, like, alien? I tilted my head. Partially. His eyes widened. Oh my god. Yeah, I said. That reaction tracks. Wait, he said quickly. Like, Kryptonian alien? Because that landing was he made a vague downward motion with his hand. Superman. I scratched my cheek. I'm part Kryptonian. His jaw dropped. Are you related to Superman? Maybe, I said honestly. I don't actually know. His face lit up completely. That is so cool. He started talking immediately, words spilling out fast. Okay, so, wow, okay, this is insane, because I've met Thor and Captain America and Iron Man, but I've never met someone related to Superman, and sorry, I'm rambling. It's fine, I said. You're excited. Yeah, he admitted. Just a little. A few people in the park were staring now. Someone had their phone out. Peter noticed and shifted closer to me, lowering his voice. Hey, maybe we should move. Before this turns into a thing. Good idea, I said. We walked out of the park together. I kept my pace matched to his easily. He kept glancing at me, like he was trying to solve a puzzle in his head. So, he said, hands in his jacket pockets, where are you staying? I shrugged. I don't have a place yet. He stopped walking. You don't? Nope. He hesitated, then smiled. You can stay at my place. I mean, if you want. It's small, but it's safe. I looked at him for a second. This was earlier than expected, but it fit. I'd appreciate that. Cool, he said quickly. Yeah. Cool. We took the subway. Peter paid. I watched everything carefully, cataloging details. This world was merged, but the rhythm of New York felt right. MCU era. Before Infinity War. Tony was still alive. That mattered. At his apartment, Aunt May greeted us with a warm smile and a curious look at me. Hi, Peter said. This is Flame. He, fell out of the sky. I waved. Hi. She raised an eyebrow, then smiled wider. Of course he did. Come in. Inside, Peter showed me the couch. I sat down, careful with my strength. He paced for a minute, then stopped in front of me, serious now. Okay, he said quietly. So. I need to tell you something. I nodded. All right. He took a breath. I'm Spider-Man. I didn't act surprised. I just smiled. That makes sense. He stared. You're not shocked? I've seen weirder today, I said. He relaxed a little. Okay. Good. He rubbed his hands together. I'm going to call Mr. Stark tomorrow. He can help figure out what to do. He can reach out to the Justice League. And Superman. I nodded. Thank you, Peter. Seriously. He smiled, proud and nervous at the same time. We'll figure it out. I leaned back on the couch, folding my hands over my stomach. Inside, my thoughts were already moving fast. Timelines. Threats. Power scaling. I was strong. Very strong. But strength without care got people killed. I wouldn't let that happen. For now, though, I was safe. And I had time. Chapter 2, Patrol Under Borrowed Stars. Aunt May knocked softly on the door, the sound light but deliberate, the way someone knocks when they already knows they're welcome inside. Peter, she called through the wood. Dinner's ready. Peter glanced at me, then back toward the door. Coming, he called, voice jumping up an octave the way it always did when he talked to her. We stepped out together. He held the door open for me without thinking about it, then caught himself and smiled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Aunt May was already at the table, setting plates down with calm efficiency. She looked up when she saw me and smiled warmly. I hope you're hungry, Flame, she said kindly. I made plenty. I am, I replied, matching her tone. Thank you for letting me stay. She waved it off lightly. Anyone who falls out of the sky deserves a good meal. Peter snorted and sat down. See? Totally normal household. Dinner was quiet but comfortable. Aunt May asked me simple questions. Where I was from. If I had family. I answered carefully, keeping things vague without sounding evasive. Peter listened closely, but didn't interrupt. He knew when to let things be. As we ate, I watched them. The way Peter relaxed around her. The way she kept an eye on him without hovering. I knew how this ended for her, and that knowledge sat in the back of my mind, heavy but controlled. Not tonight. Tonight was normal. After dinner, Aunt May collected the dishes. I'll be heading to bed soon, she said. You boys don't stay up too late. We won't, Peter said automatically. She smiled at me again before leaving the room. When her door closed, Peter exhaled and leaned back in his chair. Okay, he said quietly. So, patrol. I smiled. Thought you'd never ask. He stood and gestured toward his room. Give me a minute. I waited in the living room, standing near the window. Outside, the city buzzed with life. Sirens in the distance. Cars moving. People living their lives. I felt light on my feet, energy humming through me. I could feel everything more clearly now. The air. The building vibrations. The city's pulse. Peter came back out a few minutes later in his Spider-Man suit, mask tucked under his arm. He hesitated, then pulled it on fully. You ready? He asked. I nodded. Yet. We slipped out onto the fire escape. The night air was cool against my skin. Peter shot a web and swung off smoothly. I stepped off after him and lifted into the air without effort, hovering at his side. He glanced over mid-swing and laughed through the mask. Okay, yeah, that's still wild. We moved together across the city. He swung. I flew. We talked easily, voices casual, like this was just another night out. So, he said as he landed on a rooftop, crouching automatically. You ever done this before? Patrolling? I asked, touching down beside him. Not like this. Cool. Well, welcome to the friendly neighborhood experience. We didn't wait long. The explosion came from 3 blocks east. Peter's head snapped up immediately. Green Goblin, he said grimly. I recognize that sound. I already knew. I could hear the glider before it came into view. We took off together. Goblin swooped between buildings, laughing loudly, tossing a pumpkin bomb into the street below. Peter was already moving, launching himself forward. I've got him, Peter said. You stay. Let me handle this, I said calmly. He glanced back at me mid-air. What? I didn't wait for agreement. I accelerated. The world blurred. The distance vanished. One moment Green Goblin was cackling, twisting his glider toward Spider-Man. The next moment, my fist connected with his chest. The impact was controlled. Enough force to knock him out instantly. His body went limp. The glider spun out, crashing harmlessly into a building. I caught Goblin mid-air, froze him solid in a thick shell of ice, and lowered him gently to the pavement below. Police sirens were already approaching. I floated back up to Peter, who was hovering upside down from a web, staring. Okay, he said slowly. Okay. Wow. I smiled. Problem solved. He dropped down onto a rooftop next to me, eyes wide behind the mask. You're really a Kryptonian? Partly, I said. He leaned forward eagerly. What other aliens are you part of? Viltrumite and Saiyan, I replied casually. He tilted his head. What's that? Oh, I said, waving a hand. Saions are a warrior race. We have transformations that boost strength and stuff. Plus, whenever I get beat up and survive, I get stronger. His posture straightened immediately. That's awesome. Viltrumites are kind of similar to Kryptonians, I continued. Mostly physical strength and durability. No fancy extra abilities. But with their blood mixed in, I don't have the kryptonite weakness. His eyes lit up even more. No weakness. None, I confirmed. He let out a short laugh. This is the coolest thing that's ever happened to me. Something moved fast. Peter's spider sense went off first. He flipped backward instinctively. I moved at the same time, stepping sideways faster than sound. A blur slammed into the rooftop between us, cracking concrete. We landed a few feet apart, both facing the same direction. The figure stood up slowly. Pale skin. Twisted features. An inverted symbol on his chest. Bizarro, Peter said quietly. I frowned. Why is he here? Bizarro's red eyes locked onto me. Kryptonian, he growled. You die. I straightened slightly, smile fading. I don't even know you. He charged. I stepped forward to meet him, planting my feet. The impact shook the building. I blocked his punch easily, feeling the raw strength behind it. Strong, but unrefined. Peter moved around us, firing webs to try to restrain him, but Bizarro tore through them without slowing. You smell wrong, Bizarro snarled at me. Not Superman. Good, I replied evenly. I don't want to be. He swung again. I dodged with pure speed, reappearing at his side and driving my elbow into his ribs. He grunted but stayed upright. Peter shouted from above, "Okay, so, he's usually a Superman problem." "I noticed," I said. Bizarro lunged again, grabbing at me. I let him, testing his grip strength. Strong. Not enough. I twisted free and shoved him backward, skidding him across the rooftop. He growled and slammed his fists into the ground, cracking it further. I glanced at Peter. "Stay back." "Hey," Peter said defensively. "I can help." "I know," I replied, tone firm but calm. "Just not like this." Bizarro roared and leapt again, eyes fixed on me alone. I braced myself, expression tightening just a little. This was no longer a joke. People lived in these buildings. One wrong move and someone died. I met Bizarro head-on, catching his charge and locking my arms around him. The force pushed us backward through a wall and into the building interior. Dust filled the air. Concrete crumbled around us. I held him steady, tightening my grip. He struggled violently, strength surging, but it wasn't enough. "Calm down," I said evenly. He headbutted me hard. The impact echoed. I didn't flinch. Outside, I could hear Peter calling my name, voice tense. I pushed Bizarro back, creating space, and raised my guard again as he snarled and charged once more. The fight wasn't over. Chapter 3, when I stopped smiling. The room we crashed into had once been an office. Desks were overturned, monitors shattered, drywall split open where Bizarro's back had smashed through. Dust hung thick in the air, catching the city light that bled in through broken windows. I stayed planted between him and the hallway, feet firm, shoulders loose, eyes steady. Bizarro snarled again, low and ugly, saliva stringing at the corner of his mouth. His attention was locked on me completely, the way a predator fixates when nothing else exists. Outside, I could still hear Peter. His voice cut through the chaos, tight and fast. "Flame. I'm getting people out. Hey, ma'am, this way." "Good. That was good." Bizarro lunged without warning, arms wide, trying to tackle me through the remaining wall. I stepped into him instead of back, caught him around the torso, and twisted. We slammed into a support pillar. The building groaned. Concrete cracked under the strain. He was strong. Stronger than before. His muscles were pushing harder now, like something in him was responding to resistance. "Stop," I said evenly, tightening my grip. He roared and drove his knee up into my side. The impact landed. It hurt, but not enough to slow me. I shoved him away and followed immediately, striking him across the jaw with a controlled punch. His head snapped to the side, but he stayed upright, skidding back through debris. He laughed. The sound was wrong. Too loud. Too pleased. "Good," Bizarro said, voice rough and broken. "Fight good." I frowned slightly. "You're not making this easy." He rushed me again. We traded blows in close quarters. His punches were wild but powerful. Mine were precise, restrained. Each impact sent vibrations through the floor. The building trembled, and I adjusted my stance instinctively, angling my movements to keep the damage inward. A sharp sound cracked through the air behind me. "Flame. Peter." I turned my head just in time to see Bizarro's arm stretch past me, moving faster than before. He'd faked the charge. His fist slammed into Peter mid-swing as Peter tried to web him from the side. Peter flew. He hit the far wall hard, body folding awkwardly before dropping to the floor in a heap. The sound of it made my chest tighten instantly. "No," I said sharply. Bizarro turned toward Peter, eyes lighting up. Breakbug Man. That was it. I moved without thinking, crossing the distance in a blur and slamming my foot down between Bizarro and Peter, cracking the concrete. The force stopped Bizarro cold. I looked down at Peter. His mask was torn slightly. He was breathing, but shallow. One arm twitched as he tried to push himself up and failed. "You stay down," I said firmly, kneeling just enough to meet his eyes. "You hear me?" He tried to joke, voice strained. "Yeah, wasn't planning on round 2. I straightened slowly and turned back toward Bizarro. Something in my chest shifted. The lightness I'd been carrying since I arrived here drained away. I wasn't angry in a wild way. I was focused. Serious. Clean. Bizarro tilted his head, confused. "You change." "Yeah," I said quietly. "I did." I exhaled. The energy rose instantly, flooding through my body like a switch had been flipped. My muscles tightened. My senses sharpened further. The air around me vibrated, pressure building outward. I felt my hair lift, then flare upward as it shifted color. Golden. My eyes hardened. My posture changed, no longer relaxed, no longer casual. Super Saiyan. The floor beneath my feet cracked in a wide circle. Loose debris lifted slightly before settling again. The light in the room shifted, brighter now, sharper. Bizarro took a step back. "No," he muttered. "Wrong." I didn't respond. I moved. The first hit sent him through 2 interior walls. I followed before he finished flying, grabbed him by the throat, and drove him down into the floor below. The impact punched a hole straight through concrete and steel. We dropped 1 level down into another office space, alarms blaring now, sprinklers activating. Water sprayed everywhere, hissing as it hit exposed wiring. Bizarro struggled violently, but the difference was clear now. I was faster. Stronger. Every movement clean and controlled. I hauled him up and slammed him into a pillar, then into the floor, then back into the wall. Each strike was measured. Enough to dominate. Not enough to collapse the building. He swung at me desperately. I caught his fist easily and crushed it in my grip. Bones cracked. He screamed. "No more," I said flatly. He kicked, catching my leg. It didn't move me. I answered with a knee to his stomach that folded him completely. Up above, I heard Peter's voice faintly over the alarms. "Flame, you okay?" "I am," I called back. "Stay where you are." I grabbed Bizarro by the chest and lifted him off the ground. His strength was still there, but it was nothing compared to the pressure I was applying now. His limbs flailed weakly. "You don't get to touch him," I said, tone steady. "You don't get to hurt people here." Bizarro spat weakly. "You, not Superman." "No," I agreed. "I'm not." I slammed him into the floor again, hard enough to crater it, then pinned him there with one hand, energy humming around me. He struggled once more, then slowed, his movements growing sluggish. I kept my grip firm, eyes locked on him, aware of every sound in the building. Sirens were closer now. Helicopters in the distance. This was reaching its limit. I didn't let up. Not yet. Chapter 4, Gold in the Open Air. Bizarro was still moving under my hand. Not much. Just enough to be a problem if I let my focus slip. His chest rose unevenly, each breath rough, his eyes unfocused but still burning with that wrong kind of intent. The floor beneath him was crushed deep, concrete fractured outward in a wide pattern. Water from the sprinklers ran around us, pooling at the edges of the damage. My aura stayed tight around my body, golden light steady and controlled. I wasn't shouting. I wasn't rushing. I was done playing. Bizarro tried once more to surge up, muscles bunching hard under my grip. I answered by tightening my hold and striking him cleanly across the jaw. The sound was dull and final. His body went slack. I stayed still for a second, just to be sure. Then I released him and stood, energy humming softly around me. That was when the air shifted. I felt it before I saw him. A familiar presence, heavy but calm, like pressure settling evenly across the space. Wind pushed through the broken building, scattering dust and water droplets outward. Red and blue touched down lightly on the fractured floor. Superman straightened, eyes already on Bizarro. His expression was serious, but controlled. No panic. No aggression. I turned toward him and nodded once. He's out. You'll want to keep him under control. Superman looked at me fully then. His eyes tracked over the golden aura, the altered hair, the stance. He didn't flinch. He didn't react outwardly at all, beyond a slight narrowing of focus. "Thank you," he said calmly. He stepped past me and crouched beside Bizarro, checking him quickly. One hand pressed lightly against Bizarro's neck, then his chest. Satisfied, he rose again. Behind us, Rebel shifted. "Okay," Peter said, voice weak but alive. "I'm officially filing that under things I will never forget." I turned and let the energy recede. The golden light faded smoothly back into my body. My hair dropped back to its normal color. The pressure in the room eased. I walked over to Peter and offered him a hand. He took it and stood, wincing slightly as he rolled his shoulder. "I'm fine," he said quickly, seeing my look. "Really? I've had worse." "Still," I said, checking him over briefly. "No obvious breaks." "Bruised, shaken, but stable." "You did good." He looked past me, eyes wide again. Was that the transformation you were talking about?" I smirked, just a little. "Yeah. That was it." He leaned forward eagerly despite himself. "That's the Scion thing?" "Yep," I replied. "Super Scion. That was the first one." His body language shifted instantly. Excitement cut through the pain. "First one," he repeated, voice rising. "There are more." "There are," I said easily. Superman turned his head slightly at that, attention returning to me. He studied my face more carefully now, not intrusive, just thorough. "Why did Bizarro come here?" he asked. I shrugged lightly. "I don't know." "That's your deal." "He showed up because I'm part Kryptonian." That got a reaction. Superman's eyes widened just a fraction. It was subtle, but I caught it. He straightened fully now, posture firm. "Okay, son," he said evenly. I didn't react to the word. He used it with everyone. I knew that. Before he could say more, a familiar sound cut through the night. A jet engine screamed overhead, sharp and unmistakable. Red and gold streaked across the sky and slowed into a hover nearby. Iron Man touched down on a relatively intact section of rooftop, repulsors dimming as he straightened. His helmet retracted smoothly. Tony Stark's face appeared, brows already raised. "Well," Tony said, glancing around at the damage, the water, the unconscious Bizarro. "I miss one evening and you guys redecorate." "Tony," Superman greeted calmly. Tony waved casually. "Big guy." His eyes shifted to Peter. "Kid." Peter lifted a hand weakly. "Hi, Mr. Stark." Tony's gaze finally landed on me. He looked me up and down slowly, taking in the scuffed clothes, the cracked floor, the faint residual energy in the air. "And you are?" Tony asked. "Flame," I said simply. Tony hummed. "Hey." Superman turned slightly toward me. "I'll deal with Bizarro," he said. "We'll talk more soon." I nodded. "All right." Superman stepped over, lifted Bizarro easily, and turned toward the open sky. Before taking off, he looked back at Tony. "Tomorrow," he said. "Bring them to the Watchtower." Tony sighed. Yet. Big guy schedule." "I know." Superman gave Peter a quick look. "You all right?" Peter nodded. "Yes, sir." Superman nodded once more, then launched upward, carrying Bizarro into the night until both were gone from sight. Tony walked over to Peter immediately, hands already moving, checking him with practiced efficiency. "You sure you're okay?" "Just sore," Peter said. "I swear." Tony sighed again, softer this time. "You're getting too good at this for my blood pressure." He straightened and looked at me again. "You coming too, tomorrow?" "Looks like it," I replied. Tony nodded. "Great. No pressure." He lifted into the air a moment later and vanished between the buildings. The city noise slowly crept back in. Sirens faded into the distance. The sprinklers finally shut off, leaving dripping silence behind. Peter exhaled deeply. "Okay," he said. "I think that's enough excitement for one night." "Agreed," I said. We made our way back across the rooftops quietly. He swung more carefully now. I stayed close, matching his pace, keeping an eye on him without hovering. When we reached his building, we landed lightly on the fire escape. The apartment was dark. Aunt May's bedroom light was off. Peter pressed a finger to his lips. "Sneak mode." I nodded. We slipped inside quietly, shoes off, movements careful. The apartment smelled faintly of detergent and dinner. Familiar. Safe. Peter closed his door softly and leaned against it, letting out a long breath. "Okay," he said quietly. "That was insane." I smiled. "You handled it." He laughed under his breath. "I got punched through a wall." "You're still standing," I replied. He nodded, then looked at me seriously. "Thank you." "For stepping in." "Always," I said simply. We moved into the living room and sat down, keeping voices low. The adrenaline was still there, but settling now. Tomorrow loomed, but tonight was over. For now. Chapter 5, Rooms full of quiet. The Watchtower was bigger on the inside than it looked from the outside. I knew that already. I knew its layout, its orbit, its defensive systems, the blind spots Batman pretended didn't exist. Still, knowing something and standing inside it were different things. The air felt clean, recycled perfectly. The floor beneath my boots hummed faintly with contained power. Peter stood next to me, shoulders a little stiff, hands clasped together in front of him. He'd dressed nicer than usual. Not formal, but trying. I stayed relaxed, hands in my pockets, posture loose. Tony walked a few steps behind us, helmet off, sunglasses on despite the lighting. "Well," Tony said lightly, "try not to break anything. This place is expensive." We were guided forward by automated lights until the doors ahead slid open. Inside were a lot of people. My first thought was simple and immediate. I did not expect this. The Justice League stood on one side of the room. Superman at the front, calm and composed. Wonder Woman beside him, arms crossed, posture straight. Batman slightly back and to the side, half in shadow, eyes already on me. Flash leaned casually, trying not to look nervous. Green Lantern stood tall, neutral expression, ring faintly glowing. Across from them were the Avengers. Captain America stood with his hands behind his back, calm and attentive. Thor was there, arms folded, watching me openly. Bruce Banner stood slightly behind Tony, glasses on, studying me with quiet intensity. Natasha Romanoff leaned against a console, arms crossed, eyes sharp but unreadable. Wanda Maximoff stood near her, expression soft but focused. Everyone was looking at me. Peter shifted his weight slightly. I noticed. I stayed still. Superman stepped forward first. "Thank you for coming," he said evenly. "Yeah," Tony added. "Group meeting. Very normal." I nodded once. "Sure." We moved to the center of the room. No chairs. No restraints. Just space. That alone told me a lot. Batman spoke without preamble. "We want to understand your biology. Straight to it. That tracked. And the origins of the races you mentioned," Banner added calmly. I glanced around the room again. The attention wasn't hostile. It wasn't aggressive. It was curious. Careful. Concerned. I understood why. They'd seen Bizarro go down. They'd felt the energy spike. They'd heard Tony's report. They wanted context. I exhaled slowly and shrugged. All right. I wasn't nervous. There was no reason to be. I knew exactly what to say. "Scions," I began, voice steady, conversational. They were a warrior race. Strong. Violent culture. Lived on a planet called Vegeta. Thor's brow furrowed slightly. Superman stayed still. They were wiped out by an evil person, I continued. He destroyed the planet. Peter's head tilted slightly toward me, listening closely. "I'm the last scion," I said simply. There was a shift in the room. Subtle. People straightened. Eyes softened just a bit. I kept going. Viltrumites were another race. Extremely strong physically. Their society collapsed after a virus killed most of them. Then a civil war finished the rest. Eventually the planet was destroyed too. Silence followed that. Heavy, but not uncomfortable. I nodded once and finished calmly. "And Kryptonians. You already know that story." I mentally patted myself on the back. Clean. Simple. Logical. Nothing that contradicted anything they knew. Nothing that invited deeper questions I couldn't deflect later. For a moment, nobody spoke. Then I looked up. That's when I noticed their faces. It wasn't shock. It wasn't suspicion. It was pity. Captain America's expression had softened completely. Thor looked solemn, respectful. Banner's eyes were sad behind his glasses. Natasha's sharpness had dulled into something quieter. Wanda looked at me with open sympathy. Wonder Woman's gaze was steady, but warm. Even Batman. His jaw was tight. His eyes had lost their edge, just slightly. I blinked once. "Oh." Tony cleared his throat and stepped closer to me. He lowered his voice so only I could hear. "Hey," he said quietly. "Why don't you and the kid step outside for a bit?" I glanced at him. "Sure." Peter looked confused but followed me immediately. Nobody stopped us. Nobody said anything as we walked out. The doors slid shut behind us with a soft sound. The hallway was empty. Quiet. Bright. I stopped walking and turned toward Peter. "Did I say something wrong?" He didn't answer right away. He just stood there, staring at me. Then his shoulders shook. "Oh man," Peter said, voice breaking. Tears spilled out suddenly, fast and uncontrolled. He brought his hands up to his face, pressing his palms into his eyes like that might stop it. I didn't know," he said, voice thick. I didn't know you had such a sad life. I froze. Not outwardly. I stayed relaxed, hands still in my pockets. But inside, something misfired. Not guilt. Not pain. Confusion. Sad? I looked at him carefully. His body language wasn't performative. He wasn't exaggerating. This was real. Oh, I said slowly. He sniffed and dragged a sleeve across his face. 3 races. All gone. And you're just, here. Alone. I tilted my head. Peter. He looked up at me, eyes red. Yet. I'm fine, I said honestly. He stared at me harder. You don't have to pretend. I'm not, I replied, tone calm. I liked where I came from. But I'm not miserable about it. He shook his head slightly. You joke around all the time. You don't take things seriously. I thought. I do, I said gently. Just not like that. He wiped his face again, embarrassed now. Sorry. Everyone in there was looking at you like you were about to fall apart. I let out a small breath, more amused than anything. That wasn't the goal. He gave a weak laugh. Yet. Well. You kind of accidentally told the saddest story possible. I shrugged. It made sense. Peter hesitated, then stepped closer and pulled me into a quick, awkward hug. Not tight. Not long. Just there. I stiffened for half a second, then relaxed and patted his back once. Thanks, he muttered. For what? For not. I don't know. Being bitter. I smiled slightly. I don't have time for that. He pulled back and nodded, still sniffling. Okay. Okay. Tomorrow's probably going to be weird, hey. Probably, I agreed. We stood there quietly for a moment longer, the hum of the Watchtower filling the space around us. Inside the room we'd left, I knew they were talking. Processing. Adjusting. Outside, Peter took a steadying breath and straightened his shoulders. Ready to go home? He asked. Yeah, I said. Let's go. Chapter 6, Learning in Motion. Superman found me on the outer observation deck. The Watchtower rotated slowly beyond the transparent barrier, Earth hanging beneath us in steady blue and white. The hum of systems was constant here, low and even. I leaned against the railing with my arms resting loosely, posture relaxed, eyes unfocused on the curve of the planet below. I wasn't thinking about sadness. I was thinking about positioning. About power balance. About how many threats existed in this merged universe that shouldn't overlap but now did. My mind was busy, not heavy. Superman approached without noise. He never announced himself when he didn't want to. I noticed him anyway. Mind if I join you? He asked calmly. Go ahead, I replied. He stood beside me, hands resting at his sides, cape still. For a few seconds, neither of us spoke. He looked down at Earth the way someone does when they've done it 1,000 times and still don't take it for granted. I wanted to talk to you, he said eventually. About what you shared earlier. I nodded once. Okay. I know what it's like, he continued gently. To be the last of your people. I glanced at him briefly, then back out. You do. I lost Krypton, he said. I don't know how it would feel to lose 3 worlds. 3 cultures. His voice was steady, but there was weight in it. Real weight. Experience. He thought I was lost in it. He thought this quiet was grief. I didn't correct him. I'm not sure there's anything I can say that makes that easier, he added. But you're not alone here. I shifted my weight slightly. I know. He studied my face then, searching for cracks that weren't there. You don't talk like someone who's drowning in it. I'm not, I said honestly. That gave him pause. You're not. No, I replied. I'm just thinking. He nodded slowly, accepting that answer even if he didn't fully understand it. Before he could speak again, a sound rolled through the watchtower. Low. Heavy. Violent. The alarms didn't blare yet, but the vibration traveled through the structure, sharp enough that both of us straightened immediately. Superman's head snapped toward the source. His eyes narrowed. That's not supposed to be there. I felt it too. A presence. Dense. Aggressive. Familiar in a way I didn't like. Another impact hit, distant but powerful. The watchtower shuddered slightly. Superman moved instantly. Stay here, he said firmly. Go home. I'll handle this. I looked at him, then toward the direction of the disturbance. Wait, I said. He hesitated, turning back. Scions are a warrior race, I said calmly. We like to fight. I'm sure it would make me feel better if I fought. He searched my expression again. This time, he wasn't seeing grief. He was seeing clarity. He thought for a brief moment. Then he nodded. All right, he said. Stay close. We launched at the same time. The watchtower doors opened automatically as we accelerated through, space giving way to atmosphere in a blink. The air roared past us as we descended rapidly toward the source. We saw it before we hit the clouds. Grey skin. Massive frame. Spikes tearing through armor like flesh. Eyes glowing with raw hostility. Doomsday. He stood in the middle of a ruined industrial zone, concrete smashed flat around him, vehicles overturned like toys. He roared as he sensed us, slamming his fists into the ground and sending debris flying. Superman slowed first, hovering above the impact zone. I followed half a second later, landing beside him. Keep moving, Superman said. Don't let him get a clean hit. I figured, I replied. Doomsday charged without hesitation. I transformed as I moved. Energy surged up fast and clean. Golden light flared around me, contained but intense. My hair snapped upward again, eyes sharpening. The ground beneath my feet cracked as I braced. Superman met Doomsday head-on, catching his charge with both hands. The impact sent a shockwave through the area. Windows shattered blocks away. I circled immediately, testing speed, watching posture. Doomsday was brute force. No finesse. All pressure. Superman fired first. Red beams lanced from his eyes, striking Doomsday square in the chest. The impact drove Doomsday back several steps, smoke rising from burned flesh. I mirrored the motion instinctively. Heat vision flared from my eyes, matching Superman's angle, striking Doomsday from the side. The combined force pushed him back further, his feet carving trenches in the concrete. Superman glanced at me briefly, surprised. I didn't comment. I was watching how he adjusted his output, how he shifted focus to avoid collateral damage. Doomsday roared and leapt, slamming into Superman mid-air. They crashed through a building together, disappearing in an explosion of debris. I followed instantly, punching through the structure at an angle that avoided collapse. Inside, Superman was already moving, ice blasting from his breath as he exhaled sharply. The freezing wave hit Doomsday's arm, locking it solid. I inhaled and did the same. Cold surged from my lungs, precise and controlled. Ice spread across Doomsday's torso, stacking with Superman's freeze. The monster howled, struggling violently. Superman pulled back, eyes narrowing. You're learning fast. I watch, I replied. Doomsday shattered the ice with sheer force, chunks flying everywhere. He slammed a fist toward me. I dodged with speed alone, reappearing behind him and driving my knee into his spine. Superman hit him at the same time, a coordinated strike without planning. Doomsday stumbled forward, roaring. We didn't stop. Superman grabbed Doomsday's arm and twisted, throwing him into the open air. I followed, catching Doomsday mid-flight and slamming him back down into the street below. The ground cratered again. Doomsday pushed up, faster now, adapting. He struck Superman hard, sending him skidding back through wreckage. I moved immediately, placing myself between them, catching Doomsday's next blow with both hands. The impact drove me backward several meters, boots carving into asphalt. I held. My grip tightened. Muscles burned. Energy surged higher. Superman was back beside me in an instant, striking Doomsday across the head. The monster reeled. We pressed together, not speaking, movement synchronized through observation alone. Doomsday wasn't finished. Neither were we. The fight pushed outward, buildings shaking, air splitting with force as we traded blow after blow. I stayed aware of civilians, redirecting impacts, adjusting angles, copying Superman's restraint as much as his power. At one point, he fired heat vision again. I followed suit, matching intensity. When he switched tactics, so did I. He noticed. He didn't comment. Doomsday slammed both fists into the ground again, a shockwave ripping outward. I lifted into the air, avoiding it cleanly. Superman did the same. We hovered above him, energy flaring, watching for the next move. I smiled slightly, adrenaline steady, focus sharp. This wasn't grief. This was clarity. And the fight was far from over. Chapter 7, more hands on the line. Doomsday's feet dug into the street like he was trying to root himself into the planet. He had taken hits that would have flattened most things and he had only gotten louder, faster, denser. The spikes along his shoulders looked sharper now, like his body kept deciding it needed more armor. His chest rose in short, harsh breaths that sounded almost like grinding stone. I hovered a few meters off the ground with my aura tight around me, golden and steady. Superman floated beside me, posture composed, eyes locked on the monster's center mass. Even with all that calm on his face, I could see the adjustment in his shoulders. He was recalculating with every second, the way he always did when something refused to stay down. Doomsday looked up at us and roared, then jumped. He came up like a launched missile, fist already cocked toward Superman. Superman moved first, slipping aside in a clean, practiced glide. I moved too, faster than the air could follow, and clipped Doomsday's jaw with a short hook that redirected his arc. He still caught Superman's cape with one hand as he fell. Superman grabbed that wrist immediately and twisted, trying to peel him off without letting him pull Superman down into the buildings behind us. The fabric snapped taut. Doomsday yanked anyway, dragging Superman off balance. I grabbed Doomsday's forearm with my free hand, braced my shoulders, and pulled in the opposite direction. For a moment, we were all locked together in mid-air, three bodies pulling against each other with the city below us. Then Doomsday's other hand swung for me. I let go and moved. His fist cut through empty air. I reappeared behind him and drove my palm into the back of his neck, pushing him down. He dropped hard enough that the street below cracked, a crater spreading outward as he landed on his knees. Superman dropped after him, landing lightly, then immediately struck Doomsday across the face with a straight punch that sounded like thunder. Doomsday's head snapped sideways. He recovered instantly and backhanded Superman across the chest. Superman slid back through broken pavement, boots carving lines. My smile had faded a while ago. I still felt the thrill of the fight in my chest, but it was tempered now by the sense of distance shrinking. The longer this went, the more likely it got that someone ordinary would wander too close, or a building would give out, or a stray shockwave would hit the wrong block. I scanned quickly with my hearing, catching scattered screams, distant sirens, and the heavy churn of helicopters approaching but not daring to get close. Superman rose smoothly and set his feet again. "We keep him here," he said evenly, voice carrying just enough for me to hear over the noise. "Yeah," I replied. "I'm with you." Doomsday surged forward again. This time, Superman opened with heat vision. Twin red beams struck Doomsday in the chest and walked upward, forcing him to cover his face with one spiked forearm. I matched the angle from the side with my own heat vision, keeping my output tight, burning into the joints and forcing him to drop his guard. It worked for half a second. Then Doomsday shoved through the beams like he was pushing through rain. His skin charred, then sealed, the damage closing as fast as it formed. Superman's jaw tightened. Mine did too. He adapted too fast. A sharp crack of air hit my ears. Something arrived at speed. A red blur snapped into the street behind us and stopped so hard it kicked up dust in a tight ring. Flash! He straightened quickly, hands up in a calming gesture like he was trying to talk down a wild animal even while he stared at Doomsday with wide eyes. "Okay," Flash said fast, voice bouncing, "so this is a lot worse in person." He looked at Superman, then at me, then back at Doomsday. His eyes flicked to my hair and aura for just a beat before he shoved the curiosity down and focused. "More are coming," Flash added, still talking quickly. "Like, right now. Like, I ran so hard I think I peeled my brain. But they're coming." "Good," Superman said simply. Flash bobbed his head and immediately moved, vanishing into motion. He didn't charge Doomsday head-on. He did what he always did best. He swept around the perimeter in tight loops, grabbing debris that might turn into shrapnel and tossing it away. He zipped toward a nearby intersection, scooped up two people who hadn't moved fast enough, and carried them away before they could even understand what happened. Doomsday noticed him anyway. His head turned sharply, eyes locking onto the red blur. "Fast," Doomsday snarled. He sprang toward Flash. Flash dodged, barely, leaning back with his body bending in a way that would look impossible if I wasn't watching at superhuman speed. The spike-studded fist missed him by inches and smashed into a parked car instead, folding it around the impact like thin metal. Flash skidded away and shouted, "Nope, nope, nope, I am not built for that." I moved between them instantly, catching Doomsday's next swing and pushing it up and away. The force shoved me back, but I held. Superman struck Doomsday from the side, and Doomsday staggered. A new sound came from above. A low, rolling rumble like a storm deciding to descend. Thor landed hard at the edge of the cratered street, lightning flashing faintly around him. He held Stormbreaker in one hand, shoulders squared, expression set in the firm, ready way I recognized. Not boastful, not playful. Focused. His eyes swept the damage quickly. Then he looked at Doomsday. "This creature," Thor said, voice deep and even, "is not of Midgard." "Yet," Flash called from somewhere behind a wrecked truck. "We noticed." Thor's gaze flicked to Superman, acknowledging him with a short nod, then to me, pausing for just a fraction longer at my golden aura. "You fight beside him," Thor said, not a question. "I do," I replied, keeping my stance loose. Thor's grip tightened slightly. "Then we fight together." He didn't wait. Lightning cracked from the sky and wrapped around Stormbreaker as Thor threw himself forward. Doomsday turned toward the new threat, raising both arms. Thor's first swing came in heavy and deliberate, not fast like mine, but full of weight. The blade bit into Doomsday's shoulder spikes and shoved him sideways. Doomsday roared and swung back. Thor blocked with the haft of the weapon, boots grinding into the street. He held for a second, then Doomsday's strength surged, forcing Thor back a step. I darted in and struck Doomsday's ribs twice, short and sharp, trying to disrupt his balance. Superman followed with a punch to the jaw. Doomsday reeled, then recovered, muscles bunching. He was getting stronger by the minute. A sleek red and gold streak cut through the air overhead. Iron Man! Tony hovered for half a second above the chaos, then dropped into the street with a controlled landing. His helmet was on, face hidden, repulsors bright. Okay, Tony's voice came through the suit speakers, dry even now. So I leave you alone for an hour and you start a street-level alien wrestling league. Mr. Stark! Flash shouted, sounding relieved and stressed at the same time. Tony's helmet turned toward Flash. Yeah. Good job not dying. Then his helmet turned toward Doomsday. Tony's tone shifted slightly. More professional. All right. Big guy. Let's see what you've got. He fired a concentrated repulsor blast into Doomsday's chest. The blast shoved Doomsday back several meters, kicking up concrete dust. Doomsday barely slowed. He pushed forward again like he was walking through wind. Tony's helmet tilted. Okay. That's annoying. He flew in closer and launched a barrage, alternating repulsor bursts with micromissiles. The explosions lit the street, ripping chunks out of nearby already damaged pavement. I watched carefully, tracking collateral. Tony was trying not to level the whole district, but his standard overwhelm with tech approach wasn't going to keep working if Doomsday kept adapting. Doomsday's skin was already thickening in response, the spikes shifting, his shoulders swelling. Superman darted in and grabbed Doomsday around the torso, pulling him away from the nearest buildings. Push him toward open space, he called. Thor nodded once and followed, hammering Doomsday's flank with Stormbreaker in quick heavy blows, each strike forcing Doomsday's body to twist. I moved with them, landing hits to guide the direction, not just damage. Flash kept evacuating. He was good at it. Faster than the fear could spread. Then a bright green light swept across the street, hard-edged and structured. Hal Jordan. Green Lantern hovered above the battlefield, ring arm raised, eyes sharp and focused. His expression was calm but alert, like he was 1 bad second away from irritation. Superman, Hal called, voice clear. We got your signal. Containment, Superman replied immediately. We need room. Copy, Hal said. Green constructs formed instantly. A wide dome snapped into existence around the worst of the crater zone, thick and reinforced, shaped to keep debris contained without trapping civilians inside. Another construct formed as a barrier between the fight and the nearest block of intact buildings, like a massive wall. Tony looked up and whistled through his speakers. Oh, good. Space cops here. Now we're really having a party. Hal shot Tony a quick look. Try not to blow a hole through my constructs. Tony replied, no promises. Wanda arrived more quietly than the others. She stepped out from behind a damaged delivery truck, hair shifting slightly in the wind, eyes fixed on Doomsday. Her face was calm but tense. She raised one hand slowly and red energy gathered around her fingers. She looked at me briefly, then at Superman. Tell me what you need. Superman didn't hesitate. Hold him still when you can. Wanda nodded once. Okay. She extended her hand and the red energy surged, wrapping around Doomsday's shoulders like invisible restraints. Doomsday slowed, muscles shaking as he fought the hold. His feet dug into the pavement again. The strain was visible in Wanda's posture too, her shoulders tightening, her jaw setting. It's heavy, she said through clenched control, voice steady but strained. "I've got you," I said, and I meant it. I moved in immediately while Doomsday was pinned, striking him in the center mass with a heavy punch. Then another. Then a third. The impacts landed cleanly. His body folded slightly under the force. Superman joined from the other side, striking in rhythm, each blow angled to keep Doomsday from twisting out. Thor slammed Stormbreaker down into Doomsday's shoulder again, lightning erupting outward. The electricity crawled across Doomsday's skin. He roared and jerked, the sound sharp enough that I felt it in my bones. Tony flew overhead and fired downward, compressing the barrage into a focused stream. Hal reinforced the dome with thicker layers as it cracked under the force of Doomsday's thrashing. Flash kept moving around the edges, darting in just long enough to pull a chunk of falling concrete away before it hit anyone, then vanishing again. For a moment, it looked like it was working. Doomsday's roar shifted. Lower. Denser. Almost satisfied. His muscles swelled again. His spikes extended, pushing against Wanda's unseen grip. The red energy around him flickered slightly. Wanda's eyes widened just a bit. He's pushing back. Superman's voice tightened. "Hold him as long as you can." "I am," Wanda replied, voice more strained now. Doomsday's feet tore deeper grooves. His shoulders rolled. Then he flexed with a violent surge. Wanda's grip snapped. The red energy shattered outward like broken glass. Wanda stumbled back a step, catching herself quickly, breathing hard. Natasha wasn't here in the street, but I knew she'd be watching from somewhere if she had a line of sight. Wanda was holding herself together, but it was clear the effort had cost her. Doomsday burst forward. He moved faster now. Not Flash fast. Not me fast. But fast enough that if someone hesitated, they'd take the hit. He swung at Thor first. Thor blocked, but the impact drove him backward and cracked the street beneath his heels. Thor grunted, then planted and swung back, lightning flashing as he pushed his strength into the counter. Doomsday turned and tried to grab Tony out of the air. Tony dodged upward, but Doomsday caught the edge of his boot and yanked. Tony spun violently and barely stabilized, repulsors flaring. "Okay," Tony snapped, voice sharp now, "no more grabbing." Hal shot a construct fist into Doomsday's side, slamming him back, but the construct shattered against Doomsday's spikes. Hal's eyes narrowed. He's breaking through. Flash zipped in beside Superman for a fraction of a second. "More are coming," he repeated, breathless. "Like, more. Get civilians clear," Superman said. "Now." Flash saluted quickly and vanished. I stayed with Superman, keeping my Super Saiyan form stable. The energy inside me was steady, hot, and bright, but I was controlling it. I wasn't letting it spill out wildly. Every hit I threw was deliberate. Still, Doomsday's growth rate was obvious. He took a punch from me that would have folded him earlier, and now it only turned his head slightly. He grinned. It wasn't a human grin. It was just the shape of his mouth pulling back like his body was learning satisfaction. I felt a small leak of irritation slip through my control. My jaw tightened. My eyes narrowed. Superman noticed. Not with judgment. Just with awareness. "Don't let him pull you into rage," Superman said calmly. "I'm good," I replied, forcing the lightness back into my voice. "I'm still having fun." Doomsday lunged for Superman again. Superman met him, hands up, and they locked together, strength against strength. Doomsday's spikes dug into Superman's forearms, tearing the suit fabric and scraping skin. Superman didn't flinch. He pushed forward anyway. I stepped in to help, grabbing Doomsday's arm from the side and wrenching it. Thor struck Doomsday's back. Tony fired into the exposed flank. Hal tried to wrap a construct band around Doomsday's legs. Doomsday roared and threw his body backward, smashing into all of us at once. The shockwave sent me sliding back through rubble. My boots dug in. I stopped myself before I hit the barrier Hal had made. The green wall trembled behind me. I pushed forward again immediately. This was turning into a team problem in the real sense. Not just people showing up to throw attacks, but people needing to coordinate in the same space without tripping over each other. I could feel Superman trying to steer it. "Hal," Superman called, "keep the containment tight." "I'm trying," Hal shot back, voice tense. "He's tearing through it." "Tony," Superman said, "watch your angles." Tony replied, "Copy, Boy Scout." "Thor," Superman continued, "keep pressure, but don't let him pull you away." Thor grunted in acknowledgement. Wanda stepped forward again, shaking out her hands once, then raising them. Her expression was determined now. Not panicked. Focused. She didn't try to pin his whole body this time. She targeted his head and neck, twisting his posture just enough to interrupt his charge. It gave me the opening I needed. I blurred forward and landed a heavy strike across Doomsday's face, then followed with heat vision straight into his eyes for a split second. He roared and raised his arm to cover his face. Superman mirrored the heat vision from the other side, and for a moment we burned him in a crossfire, focused and controlled. Doomsday staggered, but he did not fall. His body shuddered again, spikes shifting, armor thickening. He was still getting stronger. And now, with this many heroes on the field, the risk to everyone was climbing right along with it. I kept my stance steady and breathed slowly through my nose, aura tight and controlled, eyes tracking every movement. Nobody here was quitting. And the fight was nowhere near finished. Chapter 8, The Line Moves With Us. Doomsday stopped reacting like an animal and started reacting like a machine. He still roared. He still hit like a wrecking ball. But the way he turned his head now, the way he shifted his weight to avoid being boxed in, the way he targeted whoever tried to control him instead of whoever hit him hardest, told me his body was learning too fast. I stayed in Super Saiyan, aura tight and steady around me, eyes locked on his shoulders and hips. The moment he committed weight, that was the moment he was vulnerable. That window was shrinking. Superman caught another blow with both arms and slid back through fractured asphalt. He stopped cleanly, feet planted, cape trailing behind him, eyes steady. He looked across the battlefield quickly, scanning the dome Hal had built, the damaged blocks beyond, the routes civilians could still be hiding in. "We're moving him," Superman said firmly. Hal hovered higher, jaw clenched, constructs reinforcing again and again as Doomsday's spikes scraped and broke through layers. "Where?" "Out of the city," Superman replied immediately. "Open space. No buildings. No people." Tony's suit turned slightly toward Superman. "You want me to lure him?" Superman shook his head once. "He'll ignore you if he senses he can get to civilians." Flash. Flash zipped in close, skidding to a stop long enough to listen. He looked tired, but he was still moving like he had extra batteries hidden somewhere. "Yeah, hi, I'm here," Flash said quickly. "You and I clear the line," Superman said. "You pull civilians out. I push him. Hal builds a corridor. Thor anchors the pressure. Wanda disrupts his charge when needed." Wanda nodded once, breathing steady now, hands raised slightly with red energy still flickering around her fingers. She looked focused, not scared. "I can do that." Thor twirled Stormbreaker once, posture squared. "Then we drive him from this place." Hal pointed downward with his ring hand. "I can build a channel, but he's chewing through everything." You need to keep him moving. If he stops, he breaks free. I'll keep him moving, I said, voice light on purpose, even as my attention stayed sharp. I'm pretty good at making people move. Superman glanced at me briefly. He didn't smile, but the look carried approval. Stay close. Watch the edges. I always do, I replied. Doomsday roared again and charged straight toward a cluster of damaged storefronts where the street opened into a busier intersection. He wasn't chasing any one hero now. He was aiming toward the place with the most fragile targets. Flash vanished immediately, a red streak snapping across the street. I moved too, accelerating ahead of Doomsday and cutting his path with a burst of speed that made the air crack. I landed hard enough to fracture the asphalt and forced him to adjust, just slightly. It was enough. Superman hit him from the side like a freight train, driving him away from the intersection. Thor followed, slamming Stormbreaker down into Doomsday's ribs with a heavy strike that made Doomsday stumble. Hal's constructs formed rapidly around the route they were forcing him into. Green walls rose like a moving tunnel, thick and layered, guiding Doomsday down the street and away from the densest buildings. Tony flew overhead, firing controlled bursts to keep Doomsday's head turning, not enough to stop him, just enough to keep him from locking in on any single escape route. On your left, Tony called dryly to nobody in particular, then fired again. Flash returned in a blink, carrying 2 people under each arm, dropping them behind Hal's barrier before racing back. Okay, Flash said, voice strained but still fast, there were more people than I like down there. Keep going, Superman said. I am, Flash replied, then vanished again. The corridor widened. Hal shifted it like he was drawing lines in the air, building new sections as the old sections broke. His face was tense, sweat visible at his hairline. I'm gonna need, Hal said through clenched teeth, someone to stop him from clawing the walls every 2 seconds. Already on it, I said. I darted in close and struck Doomsday's forearm mid-swipe, redirecting his hand away from Hal's construct wall. He snarled and whipped his elbow toward me. I dodged and answered with a sharp knee to his side, then moved away before he could grab me. Superman pushed again, driving Doomsday forward. We were forcing him into motion, and motion was the only thing keeping the situation from collapsing into a building-level disaster. We reached the edge of the industrial zone. Beyond it, the streets opened into wider, emptier spaces. More warehouse lots. Fewer apartments. The kind of place that could take damage without people dying in their beds. Doomsday noticed. His head turned sharply. He tried to pivot and break out. Wanda raised both hands and twisted his posture for a brief moment. It wasn't a full restraint. It was just enough to throw off his footing. Thor punished the stumble with a heavy downward strike that made Doomsday's knees hit the ground. Superman grabbed him by the shoulder and hauled him forward again. Now! Hal slammed a construct gate down behind Doomsday, sealing the corridor like a moving trap. We had him where we wanted him. For about 2 seconds. Doomsday flexed. Spikes extended again, scraping, cutting, cracking the green walls. He slammed his fists into the ground and the shockwave ripped forward. The tunnel shook violently. Hal's eyes widened. He's about to blow the corridor. I'll take it, I said, then surged forward and met the shockwave head-on with brute force, aura flaring brighter as I pushed my own energy outward in a tight burst. The wave hit me. My body held. The impact shoved me back a meter, then stopped. The ground behind me cracked, but the corridor stayed intact. Tony's voice came over his suit speakers, sharper now. Okay, new guy, that was actually impressive. Thanks, I replied lightly, then glanced at Doomsday again. He's still ugly though. Superman's gaze stayed on Doomsday. We end this fast. We tried. Hal thickened the construct walls and built a layered containment cage in the open lot ahead, like a massive green lattice. Wanda stepped forward, hands raised, red energy threading between her fingers. I can hold him for a second, Wanda said, voice steady. Not long. A second is enough, Superman replied. Thor raised Stormbreaker, lightning gathering. Tony's suit shifted, panels opening, weapon systems aligning. I moved closer, shoulders loose, eyes fixed on Doomsday's face. My smile was faint now. Not because I was scared. Because I was reading the risk. He was still growing. Every time we hit him with a new kind of force, his body adjusted. Wanda struck first. Red energy snapped around Doomsday's arms and shoulders, pinning him mid-lunge. Doomsday snarled and fought it immediately, muscles bulging, feet digging into the dirt of the lot. Now! Wanda shouted, voice strained. Superman and Thor hit together. Superman drove a punch into Doomsday's jaw while Thor slammed lightning-charged steel into his side. Tony followed with a concentrated blast, and Hal slammed a construct fist into Doomsday's chest at the same time, compressing him back into the lattice cage. I stepped in and hit Doomsday dead center in the sternum with a punch that made the air pop. For a fraction of a moment, it looked like we had him pinned. Then Doomsday's body surged again. The red energy snapped. Wanda stumbled backward, catching herself, breathing hard. Hal's constructs cracked and splintered. The cage warped. Doomsday roared louder than before and ripped free. Superman's eyes narrowed. His jaw tightened. He didn't speak, but his posture changed. This had crossed into a different kind of fight. The kind he took personally, not emotionally, but in responsibility. And then more people arrived. A sleek aircraft swept low across the lot and banked away, dropping figures in controlled descents. Captain America landed first, shield already raised. He looked around quickly, taking in Superman, Thor, Tony, Wanda, Hal, and me. His expression stayed composed, but his eyes sharpened when he saw Doomsday. Stark, Steve called. Yeah, Tony replied, tone clipped. Big spiky problem. Steve's gaze flicked toward Superman with immediate respect. Superman. Superman nodded once. Captain. Then another arrival hit from the opposite side. A dark figure landed silently on a broken rooftop edge, cape trailing, eyes scanning every detail. Batman. He didn't announce himself. He didn't need to. The air around him changed anyway, like everyone felt the attention. Behind him, more shapes appeared with quick, coordinated movement. Young Justice. I recognized them even before they got close enough to speak. They moved like a trained team, not panicked, not reckless. Some stayed back. Some advanced with caution. And then a familiar voice shouted from above. Okay, I leave for one night and you guys start fighting a monster the size of a truck. Spider-Man swung in and landed awkwardly near Captain America, one hand braced on the ground. He sounded breathless. His mask turned toward me for a second. Flame, he shouted. You didn't tell me this was happening. I didn't schedule it, I called back, and my tone stayed light, even as my eyes remained on Doomsday. He showed up uninvited. Spider-Man looked at Doomsday, then at Superman, then at Thor, then back at Doomsday. Okay, he said quickly, so I'm just gonna stand over here unless someone tells me to do something specific. Captain America raised a hand slightly, calm and direct. Spidey, evacuate anyone still nearby. Help Flash. On it, Spider-Man replied instantly, then shot away with a web swing. Flash zipped back into view for half a second, eyes wide. More are coming, he repeated again, then pointed toward the horizon. Like, Even more. My hearing caught new arrivals in the distance. Aircraft. Teleport signatures. Footsteps that hit too lightly for their weight. The battlefield was turning into a crowd. That would have been fine if Doomsday stayed at the same level. He didn't. Doomsday roared again and his presence thickened. The air pressure shifted. The way my skin felt against the air changed, like the world around him resisted movement. People who were mid-run slowed instinctively. Even strong heroes adjusted their stances. It wasn't fear. It was raw force leaking outward. I felt it in my bones. And I felt something answer inside me. It wasn't a new thought. It was a physical sensation. A deeper current under my existing power, like something that had been sitting quiet and now decided it was time. My aura flared brighter. My chest tightened. My teeth clenched. Super Saiyan was stable, but it wasn't enough anymore. I could tell. Not because I was losing, but because this fight was becoming a race. Doomsday was growing at a pace that would eventually outstrip everyone's ability to control the damage. My muscles tensed and the energy inside me spiked sharply. Lightning snapped around my body. Not from the sky. From me. My aura surged harder, more violent, still contained but heavier. My hair stayed golden, but the energy around it changed, sharper, louder, crackling in fast arcs. My heartbeat stayed steady. My focus sharpened. The sensation wasn't emotional. It was mechanical. A switch. Super Saiyan 2. The ground under my feet fractured deeper, dirt lifting slightly and shaking in place. Several heroes nearby reacted immediately. Not with fear, but with instinct. Their bodies leaned away slightly, like being too close to a heat source. Batman's eyes narrowed from his rooftop perch. Steve's shield arm shifted upward defensively without him even thinking about it. Hal's ring glowed brighter as he reinforced his own barrier out of habit. Some of the younger heroes slowed and stopped, unable to step closer without bracing themselves. I heard one of them say quietly, "I can't get near that." It wasn't arrogance. It was physics. My energy was too dense now, and Doomsday's was matching it. Doomsday turned his head slowly toward me and stepped forward, heavy and deliberate. His eyes locked on mine. His body posture shifted like he recognized a new threat. Superman hovered closer to me, not crowding, just present. "Flame," he said calmly. "I'm good," I replied, voice still light, though my jaw was tight. "I just found another gear." Thor landed beside Superman, shoulders squared, lightning faint around him. Thor's eyes stayed on Doomsday, but his voice was steady. "Then you will strike with it." Wanda moved closer too, but not as close as before. She looked strained, hair slightly disheveled from exertion. Still, her expression was set, determined. "I can still help," she said firmly. From the side, a tall figure stepped forward with calm, measured movement. Green skin. Red eyes. A posture that looked relaxed but was clearly ready. Martian Manhunter. He didn't speak loudly. He didn't need to. His presence was steady, controlled. He looked at Doomsday, then at me, then at Superman. "We should limit who engages directly," he said calmly. "Too many bodies close to that force becomes a liability." Superman nodded once. "Agreed." Captain America looked between us quickly, assessing. His voice stayed calm but firm, the way it always did when he shifted into command. "Everyone else, perimeter. Evac and containment. Don't crowd them." Batman's voice came through a COMM channel, low and controlled. "Stay out of the pressure zone. Support from range. Hal, maintain barriers. Flash, keep clearing." Hal replied tightly, "On it." Young Justice and the others adjusted immediately, backing off, moving to the edges, forming a perimeter. Spider-Man swung past again with 2 civilians in tow, dropping them behind a barrier and immediately turning back for more. I felt my usual cheerfulness try to return, and it did, just a little. I looked at Superman briefly. "Guess it's just us big hitters," I said lightly. Superman gave a small nod. "Stay focused." "I am," I replied, and my tone was casual, but my eyes were serious. Doomsday charged. The ground tore under him as he launched forward. He came for me first. I met him head-on. The impact sounded like the world cracking. My feet slid back a few meters, dirt and concrete shredding under my boots, but I held. My hands locked onto his forearms. His strength pushed hard. Mine pushed back harder. Lightning snapped around my aura in tight arcs. Doomsday's spikes scraped my forearms. I didn't flinch. Superman hit Doomsday from the side with a heavy punch, trying to break his posture. Thor struck from the other side, Stormbreaker flashing with contained lightning. Wanda raised her hand and twisted Doomsday's head just slightly to disrupt his focus. Martian Manhunter stepped in and landed a controlled strike to Doomsday's ribs, then phased back before Doomsday could grab him. The pressure zone around us thickened. Everyone outside it stayed out. They couldn't safely step in. They could still help, but from range, from coordination, from clearing the field so the people inside the zone could fight without worrying about stray bodies. Doomsday roared directly in my face, spittle flying. His eyes burned with raw intent. I grinned slightly, electricity snapping around my hair. "Yeah," I said, voice light, "now we're getting somewhere." I drove my forehead into his nose, then followed with a knee to his stomach that folded him down for half a second. Before he could recover, I slammed both fists down onto his shoulders, forcing him to one knee. He exploded upward again, throwing me back with sheer force. I flipped in the air, caught myself, and landed cleanly. Superman's heat vision hit Doomsday's face. I followed with mine, matching intensity. Doomsday raised an arm to block, and Superman immediately switched to ice breath, freezing the arm in place. I copied it without thinking. Cold blasted from my mouth, layering ice over ice, locking Doomsday's joints for a heartbeat. Doomsday shattered it again. But that heartbeat mattered. Thor slammed Stormbreaker into his chest. Wanda twisted his balance. Martian Manhunter struck again. I surged forward, lightning snapping, and hit Doomsday with a punch that drove him back across the lot, carving a trench in the ground. He stumbled, then planted his feet and roared again. His energy surged to meet mine. The air tightened further. People at the perimeter braced themselves as the pressure pushed outward. Hal reinforced the barriers again, face tense. Flash slowed for a fraction of a second, eyes wide, then zipped away again to keep moving people. Captain America kept shouting orders calmly, voice steady. Batman stayed back, eyes tracking, analyzing, ready to adapt. Inside the pressure zone, only a handful of us moved freely. Doomsday stepped forward again, eyes fixed on me. I stepped forward too, Super Saiyan 2 stable, lightning crackling, grin faint and controlled. The fight wasn't ending. It was entering the part where mistakes killed people, and I wasn't going to make one. Chapter 9, a form I didn't ask for. Martian Manhunter stepped closer, calm in a way that made everything else feel louder. He didn't rush. He didn't posture. He moved like he already accepted what this fight required and didn't waste energy on anything extra. The pressure zone still held around Doomsday and me. Hal's barriers glowed brighter every time Doomsday's energy flared. The people outside the zone stayed back, listening to orders, watching for openings, doing what they could without getting crushed by the force of it. I kept my Super Saiyan 2 state stable, lightning snapping tight around my body. I could feel the strain in the air. The way it pushed against anyone who tried to move closer than their bodies could handle. Doomsday stared at me like he was trying to memorize my shape. He was learning. He always learned. Martian Manhunter raised a hand slightly, palm open, and looked at Superman. If I attempt direct mental disruption, he said calmly, you must strike immediately. It will not last. Superman nodded once. His face stayed steady, but his eyes sharpened. Do it. Tony's voice came through his suit speakers from the perimeter. Just so we're clear, if this goes wrong, I'm blaming Batman. Batman didn't bother replying out loud. He was already moving along the perimeter, coordinating through comms, eyes tracking the battle like he was measuring it by inches. Hal hovered high, jaw tight. Whatever you're doing, do it fast. Wanda stood near the inner edge of the safe zone, hands raised, breathing controlled. Her eyes flicked to Martian Manhunter, then to Doomsday, then to me. She looked tired but ready to push again if she had to. Captain America's voice carried cleanly over the chaos, calm and direct. Everyone hold positions. Keep the evacuation moving. No one goes in unless Superman calls you in. Flash zipped past in a red streak, then stopped long enough to shout, there are still people hiding in a basement 3 blocks east. I'm on it. Spider-Man swung along the edge of the barrier with 2 civilians hanging onto him awkwardly, dropping them behind a green construct wall before turning back again. I watched all of it at the edge of my awareness, but my focus stayed locked on Doomsday's body language. He shifted his weight forward. I matched it. Martian Manhunter moved. His red eyes fixed on Doomsday's face. His expression stayed neutral, but his posture changed slightly, like he was bracing for a hard lift. He stepped into the pressure zone. The air around him pushed back, but he didn't slow. He reached Doomsday and placed 2 fingers lightly against Doomsday's temple. Doomsday froze. Not physically. His body still twitched and flexed, but his eyes changed. His attention flickered like a screen glitching. His breathing hitched. Martian Manhunter's voice stayed calm, but I could hear strain in it. Now. Superman and I moved instantly. Superman struck first, a heavy punch to Doomsday's jaw that snapped his head sideways. I followed with a straight punch into Doomsday's sternum, then a knee to his stomach, then an elbow across the side of his skull. Thor stepped in with Stormbreaker, not swinging wildly, but striking with controlled weight into Doomsday's shoulder joint. Wanda twisted Doomsday's balance just enough to stop him from turning toward Martian Manhunter. Hal slammed a construct clamp around Doomsday's legs to keep him from stepping back. Tony fired a focused beam from above, hitting Doomsday square in the chest to add pressure without blasting through the ground. It was clean. It was coordinated. Everyone did exactly what they needed to do. Martian Manhunter's fingers stayed pressed to Doomsday's head for another second. Then Doomsday screamed. The sound was raw and violent, and the mental disruption snapped like something breaking under strain. Doomsday's eyes refocused, and his whole body surged at once. Hal's clamp shattered. Wanda's control slipped. Martian Manhunter phased backward immediately, pulling his hand away and retreating out of the pressure zone with measured speed. He didn't stumble, but his shoulders dipped slightly, like he'd just hauled something enormous. I can't hold that again, he said calmly, voice quieter now. Understood, Superman replied, tone steady. Doomsday slammed both fists into the ground, shockwave ripping outward. The perimeter braced. Hal threw up another wall. Tony boosted upward to avoid debris. Captain America raised his shield even though he was outside the pressure zone, instinctive and ready. Spider-Man swung away fast, hauling himself and a pair of people out of the line. I met the shockwave with my stance and held, boots digging into cracked asphalt. The pressure shoved hard. I stayed upright. Doomsday's body looked thicker again. The spikes had shifted. His shoulders were broader. His eyes were brighter. He was still adapting. Superman glanced toward the perimeter briefly. Tony. Batman. Now. Batman's voice came through comms immediately, low and direct. Plan is ready. We need 30 seconds of stability. Tony replied, that's a funny way to say hold the murder monster still while I drop a very expensive box on it. Batman's tone didn't change. 30 seconds. Superman looked at me. We give them 30 seconds. I nodded. Yet. Thor stepped forward, grip tight on Stormbreaker. Then we strike until it stays. Wanda raised her hands again, breathing deep, and nodded once. I can help for a moment. Martian Manhunter hovered nearby, eyes narrowed. I will support from the edge. The plan started. Hal built a layered containment frame overhead, thicker than before, like a green scaffolding grid forming in the sky. It wasn't meant to hold Doomsday permanently. It was meant to guide the drop. Tony flew out and back in a wide arc, lining up trajectory. Batman coordinated the ground positioning through comms with clipped precision. Keep him centered. Don't let him move north. Flash, clear the northern block again. Flash's voice snapped back. Already doing it. Doomsday charged again. This time, he didn't pick me. He picked the perimeter. He lunged toward Hal's barriers like he wanted to break the structure that kept him boxed in. I moved first, cutting him off at extreme speed and striking him across the face hard enough to redirect his momentum. He caught my forearm with one hand. His grip tightened. For a second, the pressure around us spiked. The lightning around my aura snapped louder. My jaw clenched. He tried to pull me in. I answered by driving my knee into his ribs and ripping my arm free with a burst of strength. Superman hit him from behind, wrapping both arms around Doomsday's torso and lifting just enough to pull him backward. Thor hammered Doomsday's leg with Stormbreaker's half to disrupt footing. Wanda pushed at Doomsday's shoulders with red energy, not trying to hold him still, just trying to slow the turn. Martian Manhunter struck with a controlled blow to Doomsday's spine, then phased back again. We kept him centered. Batman's voice came through again. 10 seconds. Tony's suit screamed overhead, engines flaring. Heads up. Literally. Hal reinforced the overhead frame, green light thickening. Doomsday roared and slammed his fists outward, forcing space. The pressure zone pulsed. Some heroes outside it stumbled. Young Justice members braced behind Hal's barriers. Captain America shouted, "Hold the line!" Spider-Man swung low and fast along the edge, eyes fixed on the center. He didn't come in. He listened. I stayed in. Doomsday tried one more break toward the north. I intercepted again, this time grabbing his wrist and twisting, forcing his arm down. Superman hit his jaw. Thor struck his shoulder. Wanda pushed his head offline. Batman's voice came through, final and flat. Drop. A heavy object cut through the air. I saw it for half a second. A containment module, sleek and reinforced, likely built fast with Tony's tech and League resources. It descended with controlled thrusters, aiming to lock around Doomsday like a clamp. Tony followed it down like a guide, adjusting angle mid-air. Hal's green frame guided the path. We held Doomsday under it. The module slammed down. For an instant, it looked like it caught him. Then Doomsday's energy surged. The module buckled. It didn't fail immediately, but it warped under force. Metal screamed. Thrusters flared uselessly. Doomsday pushed upward with raw strength, his spikes scraping through the casing. Tony swore loudly through his speakers. Of course. Superman grabbed the module's edge and pushed down with everything he had. Thor joined, bracing the side. Wanda shoved energy into the weak points, trying to reinforce it. Hal layered green constructs over the casing like a brace. I stepped in, hands on the top, and pushed. Doomsday still rose. Slowly. But he rose. And time kept moving. The sky darkened. We'd been fighting for hours. Helicopters had fallen back and returned. Sirens had shifted positions. More evacuation waves had moved through. The sun was gone now, replaced by city lights and a dim sky. Night came. And with night came something I didn't account for fast enough. The moon was visible. It wasn't full in the way people talk about casually. It didn't have to be. It was there, bright enough. And my body reacted like it had been waiting for the chance. I felt it hit me in my chest first. A sudden pull. A pressure. A thickening in my bones. My breathing caught. My aura flickered. I frowned sharply and tried to stabilize it. No, I muttered under my breath, not loud enough for anyone to hear. Superman glanced at me. Flame. I'm fine, I said quickly, but my voice sounded tighter than I meant it to. The pressure inside me surged. My muscles tightened hard. My spine felt like it was expanding. My skin tingled like it was stretching over a frame that no longer fit. My hands clenched involuntarily. Lightning around my aura snapped wildly for the first time since I hit Super Saiyan 2. My control slipped by a fraction, and that fraction was enough. The transformation hit like a wave. My body expanded rapidly. Bones lengthened. Muscle mass surged. My clothes tore at seams. My hands became massive, fingers thickening, nails sharpening. The world shrank. Sound deepened. My vision shifted. A massive roar tore out of my throat before I could stop it. Great ape. The containment module on Doomsday cracked further as my mass shifted the pressure around us. Doomsday turned his head sharply toward me, eyes widening just a bit. I moved on instinct. Not careful instinct. Not restrained instinct. Raw. My massive arm swung and connected with Doomsday's body like a bat hitting a ball. The impact launched him out of the broken containment module and across the lot. He hit the ground hard enough that the earth cratered deep. He didn't rise. Doomsday was out. Knocked out. But I didn't feel satisfied. I felt aggressive. Too aggressive. The pressure zone around me became a pressure storm. My aura was still there, but distorted by the form. The air around me shook. The ground trembled under my feet. I turned. And I saw movement. Heroes. Targets. My mind wasn't thinking in words. It was reacting. The part of me that joked and stayed loose was gone. The part of me that calculated was drowned out by raw drive. I swung again. Superman moved first, intercepting, catching my wrist with both hands. His boots dug into the ground as he absorbed the force. Flame. Superman shouted, voice firm. Stop. I roared back and yanked my arm free. Thor leapt in with Stormbreaker, striking my forearm to redirect my next swing away from the perimeter. Hal threw up a massive green wall between me and the heroes outside the pressure zone, reinforcing it again and again. Wanda raised both hands, red energy flaring as she tried to slow my movement. Martian Manhunter phased up toward my head, trying to get close enough for influence without getting crushed. Captain America shouted orders. Back. Fall back. Everyone keep distance. Batman's voice came through comms, clipped and urgent. Contain. Do not escalate unless necessary. Spider-Man swung into view near the edge, eyes wide behind his mask. Okay, that's new. I stepped forward and shattered Hal's wall with a single slam of my fist. The construct exploded into green shards of light. Hal cursed. He's breaking everything. Thor struck again, harder. I barely felt it. I backhanded him, sending him skidding across the ground. He dug in, stopped, and rose again immediately, teeth clenched. Superman hit me with heat vision, not full power, but enough to get my attention. I turned toward him and roared. He met my gaze without flinching. Then he used ice breath, blasting cold directly into my face, trying to numb and slow. The cold hit. It annoyed me. I swung again. Superman caught the hit and got driven backward, still holding, still trying not to let the impact spread into the perimeter. Wanda pushed harder, red energy wrapping around my shoulders. Her face tightened with strain. Flame, she said through clenched effort. Please. The word please hit something in me. A small part. A memory of voice tone. Of a person asking instead of commanding. It didn't snap me back instantly, but it gave Martian Manhunter the moment he needed. He phased directly in front of my face, close enough that I could feel his presence even through the rage. His eyes fixed on mine. Calm. Direct. Flame, he said evenly, voice steady. You are losing control. You can take it back. Focus on the people you do not want to hurt. That reached further. Because it wasn't emotional. It was practical. It was the kind of instruction that worked on someone like me. I saw Peter in my mind for a split second. Peter laughing. Peter crying in the hallway. Peter trying to help civilians tonight. I saw Aunt May's face at the dinner table. My chest tightened. My massive hands trembled slightly. Superman held position, still ready to block, but his tone softened just a fraction. You can stop, he said firmly. You're not alone. I roared again, but it was weaker. More frustrated than hostile. I forced my breathing to steady, even in the giant body. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. I focused on the sensation of my hands. The weight. The ground under my feet. The voices. I pushed down on the rage like it was a lever. Slowly, the instinctive aggression loosened its grip. My posture shifted. Less wild. Less forward. I lowered my arms. Hal's constructs remained up, but the tension eased slightly. Thor stayed ready, but he didn't charge again. Wanda's hands trembled, but she held her position until she saw me stop moving. Martian Manhunter stayed close, eyes steady. Good, he said calmly. My mind cleared further. Enough that I could think in words again. Okay, I rumbled, my voice deep and rough in the ape form. I'm back. Superman's shoulders eased by a fraction. Can you control it? I tested it immediately. I lifted one hand slowly, controlled, then lowered it. I turned my head deliberately, then back. Yes, I said, still deep-voiced. I can. The shift in the group was visible. They didn't relax fully, but the immediate panic drained out. Spider-Man swung in closer now, staying behind Hal's barrier until Superman nodded slightly. Then Spider-Man came to the edge, staring up at me like he couldn't decide whether to be scared or impressed. This is, the ape thing, Spider-Man said, voice high with nervous excitement. This is a Saiyan thing, right? Yeah, I rumbled. He tilted his head. Do you get more forms after this? I could have said no. But I didn't lie to him when the information could matter. I can push it, I said. But it's not stable yet. Superman looked up at me, eyes steady. What do you mean? I took a slow breath and focused inward. I'd regained control of the ape, and that alone was a big step. In Dragon Ball terms, this was the point where most people stayed monsters until someone cut their tail or knocked them out. I didn't have time for that. I pushed. Energy surged again, but this time I guided it. I kept my thoughts anchored. I forced the ape's power to compress instead of explode. My body shifted partway. Fur spread across parts of my arms and torso, darker, denser. My face structure tightened slightly. The aura changed again, less crackling lightning and more heavy pressure held close to the skin. My eyes sharpened, redder in tone, focused. Not full. Partial. A controlled step toward Super Saiyan 4. I exhaled slowly and held it. The form wasn't comfortable. It felt like balancing on a moving surface. I could keep it for a while, but I could feel the limit already. I need to awaken Super Saiyan 3 first to get full control of Super Saiyan 4, I said, voice deeper than normal but not as animal as before. Once I get Super Saiyan 3, I can stay fully in Super Saiyan 4. Right now I can only do this for a few minutes to maybe an hour. Tony's voice came in from the perimeter, dry and tired. Of course you can. Thor stared up at me with a guarded, impressed look. Wanda lowered her hands slowly, breathing hard. Hal's constructs stayed up, but his shoulders relaxed. Martian Manhunter nodded slightly, calm. Control is what matters. Spider-Man leaned forward, eyes wide behind his mask, voice bright despite the exhaustion in it. Cool new transformation. I let out a short laugh, the sound rougher in this form. Yet. Doomsday still lay in the cratered lot, unmoving. The night air was cool. The city lights flickered in the distance. Heroes held their positions, still cautious, still ready if I slipped again. I kept my breathing steady and my posture controlled, testing the partial form again with small movements, proving to them and to myself that this wasn't going to happen twice tonight. Chapter 10, Back to Small Things. Leaving the battlefield felt strange. Not because I was scared of what was left behind. Doomsday was out, contained, and surrounded by people who knew how to move a problem like that. Superman and Martian Manhunter had both looked at me like they wanted to keep me within arm's reach until they were sure my control wouldn't slip again, and honestly, that was fair. But the moment Superman told me to go, it happened the way most things happened in my life now. Fast. 1 second I was standing under harsh floodlights and green constructs, listening to Tony complain and Hal breathe like he'd just run up a mountain. The next second I was hovering above the lot, then rising higher, the night air colder and cleaner as the city dropped away beneath me. I kept my body in its normal shape. No giant form. No partial fur. No lightning. Just me, steady and calm, moving with controlled speed. Peter followed below, swinging across rooftops to keep up. He wasn't as fast as me, but he didn't need to be. I stayed close enough that if he slipped, I could catch him before he hit anything. You okay? He asked through his mask, voice still a little strained. Yeah, I replied easily as I drifted next to him. You? I'm alive, he said, then let out a short laugh that sounded like he didn't fully believe it. Which is cool. I like being alive. Same, I said. He shot a web and swung up onto a taller rooftop, landing in a crouch, then standing slowly like his body was sore. I floated down beside him and looked over the city. The streets were quieter in this direction, farther from the earlier evacuation route. Sirens were still there, but distant now, more like background noise than a warning. Peter pulled his mask up halfway so he could breathe easier. His hair was damp with sweat. His face was pale under the streetlights. He looked at me carefully. So, he said cautiously, when you turned into the giant ape, was that, like, supposed to happen? I smiled a little. It's a Saiyan thing. He blinked. That does not answer my question. It happens if you see the moon, I said casually. Peter stared at me. The moon? Yeah, I replied. Scions have this thing where certain light triggers it. Peter's eyebrows rose. So what do we do about the moon? Because the moon is, you know, usually there. It's not always bright enough, I said. And now that I know it can hit me, I can prepare. Peter squinted. Prepare how? Don't worry about it, I said cheerfully. I can control it now. Peter's eyes narrowed. You said that after you punched Thor across a parking lot. That was an accident, I replied, still light. Peter gave me a look that said he was not convinced at all. Then he exhaled and leaned forward, hands on his knees. I'm glad you're okay, he said quietly. I softened just slightly. Me too. We got home late. The city had settled. Even the distant helicopters were fewer now. We approached Peter's building the same way we always did, careful and quiet. Fire escape. Window. Shoes off. Slow steps. Aunt May's door stayed closed. The apartment was dark except for the faint orange glow from the streetlights outside. Peter moved like he was trying not to make a sound, but he also moved like he was exhausted. When he reached the living room, he dropped onto the couch with a soft grunt and let his head fall back. I sat in the armchair across from him. You need ice? I asked. He turned his head toward me and smiled weakly. I'm good. You're lying, I said. I'm coping, he corrected. I chuckled quietly. Fair. Peter stared at the ceiling for a while. I stayed quiet, letting him recover. My own body felt fine. Stronger than fine. The fight had pushed me and I could feel the result of that, a steady increase settling in. Scion biology did its thing, as long as I didn't get killed in the process. The Viltrumite side kept my body stable and durable. The Kryptonian side made sunlight feel like fuel. It was a lot. And it came with problems I didn't want to explain to anyone, like giant ape transformations triggered by moonlight. Peter finally sat up and rubbed his eyes. We should sleep, he said, voice tired. School. Right, I said. We slept a few hours, then woke up like we hadn't nearly died last night. Peter's alarm went off with the annoying sound he always used. He hit it twice before it stopped. I stood up, stretched, and listened. Aunt May was already moving around in the kitchen. The smell of coffee drifted through the apartment. Peter stumbled out of his room, hair messy, face half asleep. Morning, he mumbled. Aunt May's voice came from the kitchen, bright and normal. Good morning. Breakfast is on the table. We moved through the routine like it was ordinary. That was the whole point. That was what Peter clung to, and what Aunt May deserved. If I acted weird, she'd notice. If Peter acted weird, she'd notice. So we stayed normal. Aunt May smiled at us as we ate. She asked Peter about school. She asked me if I had plans for the day. I'm going with Peter, I said calmly. Oh good, she replied warmly. It's nice you two have each other. Peter's eyes flicked to me briefly. There was a small emotional leak in his face, like he was remembering the hallway at the Watchtower and then the battlefield. He swallowed it quickly and nodded. Yeah, he said. It's good. We left the apartment together, backpacks on. Peter looked like a normal high school kid. I looked like a normal high school kid if you ignored the fact that I could throw cars. The city morning was busy. People walking fast. Cars honking. The air colder than it had been the night before. I kept my hands in my pockets and matched Peter's pace. Peter was quiet at first. Not awkward, just tired. Then he glanced at me while we walked. So, he said carefully, are you going to, be in my class? I don't know yet, I replied honestly. But I can sit in. He blinked. You can just, sit in. I mean, I said, smiling, who's gonna stop me? Peter snorted. Okay, yeah, fair. We reached Midtown School. The building looked exactly like it should. Students in clusters. Teachers by the doors. The usual mix of noise and laughter and complaints about homework. It was almost jarring after the night we'd had. Peter walked in with that slightly hunched posture he always had, like he was trying to take up less space. I stayed beside him, relaxed. People looked at me. New face. New kid energy. Peter leaned toward me and whispered, just, try not to, lift a desk with one hand. I'm not dumb, I whispered back, still smiling. He glanced at me sharply. Are you sure? Yes, I said. We moved through the halls. I watched everything. Not because I was nervous, but because it was useful. Cameras. Exits. Patterns. If something went wrong, knowing the environment mattered. Peter walked me toward his classroom. Ned waved at him from down the hall. Peter. Ned called. Dude, where were you? You missed. Ned's eyes landed on me and widened slightly. Oh. Who's that? Peter's mouth opened. He hesitated just a fraction, then smiled awkwardly. This is Flame. He's staying with us for a bit. Ned blinked. Flame. I waved. Hi. Ned's eyes flicked to Peter like he was asking a silent question. Peter gave him a tiny head shake. Ned nodded quickly, accepting it like he accepted most weird things around Peter. Cool, he said. Cool, yeah. New friend. He leaned closer to Peter and lowered his voice. Is he, another intern thing? Like Mr. Stark? Peter cut him off fast. No. Ned blinked. Okay. Okay. Not that. We got through the morning like normal. Classes. Notes. Teachers talking. Peter trying to pay attention while clearly thinking about 100 other things. I sat in the back, calm, listening. I didn't need school. Not academically. But I needed normal. And I needed to stay close to Peter. If something went wrong in this merged world, he was always near the center of it. At lunch, we sat together. Peter ate quickly. Ned talked fast. MJ sat nearby, watching us like she was trying to figure out what the deal was without asking. That was her style. New guy, MJ said casually, eyes on her phone. You have a weird name. It's a nickname, I replied. Of course it is, she said dryly. Peter tried to change the subject immediately, talking about a science assignment. I let him. He needed the distraction. By the time school ended, the day felt almost normal. Almost. Peter and I walked out together. He exhaled like he'd been holding his breath all day. Okay, he said quietly. Patrol tonight? Yeah, I replied. If you're up for it. He nodded quickly. I'm up for it. We went home first. Aunt May asked about school. Peter answered. I answered when needed. We ate dinner. We kept it normal. Later, after Aunt May went to sleep, Peter suited up again. He looked at me as he pulled his mask on. No moons, he said flatly. I smiled. No moons. We slipped out. He swung. I flew. The city night felt quieter tonight, like it was trying to pretend last night didn't happen. We didn't chase huge threats. Peter focused on the kind of stuff he usually did. A mugging in an alley. A car break-in. A small fire in a trash bin behind a restaurant that needed a quick stop before it spread. I stayed near him, letting him do his thing. He needed that. The rhythm. The confidence. The sense that he was still Spider-Man, not some kid in over his head. At one point, he stopped on a rooftop and looked out over the street. You know, he said lightly, this is way less stressful than fighting a monster that can punch Superman. Agreed, I said. He turned his head toward me. Also, I'm still thinking about the ape thing. Peter, I said, voice amused. What? He asked defensively. It was huge. And you were huge. And you hit Thor. I said it was an accident, I replied. He sighed. Okay. Fine. He crouched, listening. His spider sense didn't flare, but he stayed alert anyway. Then he looked at me again, voice quieter. Thanks for coming with me. Always, I said simply. He nodded, and we moved again, swinging and flying through the night, keeping it small, keeping it controlled. Chapter 11, A Different Kind of Invitation. The next day started normal enough. Peter and I walked to school with our backpacks on, moving with the usual crowd. He kept glancing around like he expected a monster to jump out from behind a mailbox. I stayed relaxed, hands in my pockets, posture loose. My body felt stable. No lingering surge. No tail. No weird pull toward the sky. Peter still looked tired, but he was trying to act like he wasn't. You slept like 2 hours, I said casually. I slept, he replied, defensive in that way he got when he knew he was losing an argument. It counts. It counts for something, I said. Just not enough. He sighed and adjusted his backpack strap. Okay, Dad. I laughed quietly. Don't call me that. We reached Midtown and blended into the morning rush. The halls were loud. Lockers slammed. People talked about quizzes and lunch and whatever drama existed in their group chats. Peter moved like he always did, slightly hunched, trying to be invisible even though he never really was. I followed beside him, easy, watching the flow of people and the exits without making it obvious. We made it through first period, then second. Teachers talked. Peter took notes. Ned whispered jokes. MJ watched everything like she was collecting evidence for fun. By lunch, Peter had relaxed a little. See, he said, taking a bite of his sandwich. Normal day. Normal-ish, I replied. He frowned. Don't jinx it. I didn't get a chance to answer, because my hearing picked up a new sound that didn't belong. It wasn't a siren. It wasn't a car horn. It was a low, controlled hum, like advanced tech being polite about its existence. Peter looked up too, eyes narrowing. Do you hear that? Yeah, I said. A shadow crossed the cafeteria windows. Not a cloud. Something shaped. Peter's shoulders stiffened. Oh no. We didn't run. We didn't need to. The school security system wouldn't do anything to stop what was coming anyway, and panicking would just draw attention. I stood calmly and nodded toward the nearest hallway exit. Peter grabbed his bag quickly. Okay, he muttered. Okay, yeah. Let's go. We slipped out into the hallway, moving fast but not sprinting. Once we were out of the cafeteria noise, the hum became clearer. It was outside the building, hovering. Peter pushed open the side door near the science wing, and we stepped into the quiet back area behind the school. A sleek black aircraft hovered above the pavement, silent except for the low vibration. It wasn't one of Tony's bright show-off jets. This was something else. It looked like it was built to be unseen and efficient. A hatch opened. Batman stepped out first. He didn't stride like he was trying to intimidate. He moved like he belonged anywhere he stepped, like the world adjusted itself to his presence. Cape hanging heavy. Cowl fixed. Eyes on us immediately. Behind him, a second figure stepped out with less mystery and more ego. Tony Stark. He wore a casual suit jacket and sunglasses, holding a coffee cup like he'd just left a meeting and decided to drop by a high school for fun. His expression was neutral, but his eyes were sharp behind the lenses. Peter froze. "Mr. Stark," Peter said quickly, voice high. Tony lifted his coffee slightly. "Hey, kid." Peter's hands flailed briefly. "How did you?" Tony cut him off. "Not important." Batman didn't waste time. "Flame." Peter. Peter swallowed. Hi. Again." I smiled and lifted a hand casually. "Hey." Tony's mouth twitched like he was trying not to smirk. "You two free?" Peter stared. "We're in school." Batman's eyes remained on us. "This is important." Peter's shoulders sank slightly. "Okay." I looked at Batman. "What's up?" Batman's voice was flat, direct. "We're offering you both a chance to join Young Justice." Peter blinked. "Young Justice?" Tony nodded. "Youth team. Training. Missions that won't get you turned into paste by the bigger stuff. Ideally." Peter's eyes widened. "Wait, there's like a Teen Justice League." Batman replied evenly. "It's not the Justice League." Tony added, "It's more organized than what you're doing now, which is mostly improvising and hoping no one dies." Peter glanced at me quickly like he was checking if I heard that too. I did. I didn't argue with it. Batman continued. "You both have abilities that warrant oversight and structure. You also have a history of acting independently." Peter opened his mouth. Batman didn't stop. "You'll be safer with a team." Tony looked at Peter, then at me. "And before you say no, this isn't me grounding you. This is me trying to make sure you don't get flattened again." Peter's expression tightened. The memory of getting hit by Bizarro was still sitting in his body, even if he didn't talk about it. I shrugged lightly. "We're checking it out." Peter hesitated. I guess." Tony pointed his coffee cup at Peter. "That's the right answer." Batman turned and stepped back toward the aircraft without another word. Tony followed, then looked back at us. "Come on," Tony said casually. "We'll have you back before your next class." "Probably." Peter stared. "Probably." Tony's smile was thin. "Get in the jet." We climbed aboard. The interior was dark and clean, built for function. Peter sat stiffly in a seat near the center. I sat across from him, relaxed. Batman stood near the front, arms crossed, looking like he didn't need a seat. Tony sat down, stretched his legs out, and sipped his coffee. Peter leaned toward me slightly and whispered, "This is not normal." I whispered back, "You said don't jinx it." He sighed and sank into his seat. The aircraft moved smoothly, lifting away from the school. Through the small window, the city shifted beneath us. The ride was short. Efficient. No wasted movement. Peter glanced toward Batman, then Tony, then back at me. "So, we're actually doing this?" "Just checking it out," I said calmly. If it's weird, we leave. Peter nodded quickly. Okay. Okay, yet. The aircraft descended into a concealed bay. The doors opened. We stepped out into a wide corridor that looked nothing like a school hallway. The lighting was clean and even. The air smelled like recycled systems and faint metal. The walls were reinforced, designed for superhuman impact. Peter stared. This is like a secret base. Tony waved. Yes. Batman led us forward. No small talk. No explanation beyond what was necessary. We passed through 2 security doors, then into a larger room that looked like a living space mixed with a training facility. There were couches, a kitchen area, screens, and a sectioned-off zone with mats and equipment. And there were 5 teenagers already there. I recognized them immediately. Miss Martian stood near the couch, hands clasped, posture slightly nervous but friendly. Green skin, red hair, calm face. She looked like she was trying to smile without making it seem forced. Superboy sat on the couch with his arms crossed, posture stiff and defensive. Black t-shirt, jeans. Expression annoyed by default. He looked like he was daring someone to say the wrong thing. Aqualad stood near the training area, calm and composed. His posture was straight. His expression was neutral but welcoming. He looked like a leader even without trying. Robin leaned against a table, cape draped behind him, face masked, eyes sharp. He watched us like he was already assessing. And Wally West was perched on the back of a chair like he couldn't sit normally if his life depended on it. He looked amused and curious, eyes bright. Wally's head turned first. Oh, cool, he said quickly. New people. Superboy's eyes narrowed. More recruits. Miss Martian stepped forward slightly. Hello, she said warmly. I'm M. Gan. Miss Martian. Peter lifted a hand awkwardly. Hi. I'm. He stopped himself, glanced at Batman and Tony, then sighed. I'm Peter. I smiled. I'm Flame. Wally leaned forward. Flame, he repeated like he liked the sound of it. That's a name. Robin didn't speak. He just watched. Aqualad stepped forward, voice calm. Welcome. I am Calderay HM. Aqualad. Peter nodded quickly. Nice to meet you. Superboy didn't move from the couch. Superboy, he said flatly. Miss Martian glanced at him. Be nice, she said gently. Superboy rolled his eyes and looked away. Peter looked overwhelmed. His posture was tight. He kept glancing around like he expected someone to jump out and yell surprise. Wally hopped off the chair and walked closer, grin easy. So, are you guys experienced? Because we just fought a guy with a flamethrower last week and Robin said it was routine, but I'm pretty sure routine is not supposed to involve getting shot at. Robin's eyes shifted toward Wally. Wally shut up immediately, hands raised. Okay. Sorry. Peter blinked. Wait. You guys do missions? Aqualad nodded. Yes. We train. We operate under oversight. Tony stepped forward and gestured casually. Oversight. Structure. Fewer broken bones. Everybody wins. Batman's voice cut in, flat. This team exists to handle threats the League cannot address directly without escalation. Peter's eyes widened. Oh. Batman continued. You will be evaluated. If you join, you will follow protocol. Wally lifted a hand. Protocol is mostly just Robin saying no a lot. Robin's head turned sharply. Wally lowered his hand again. Miss Martian smiled awkwardly. We work together, she said kindly. And we support each other. Peter shifted closer to me without realizing it. His voice lowered. This feels like a lot. It's fine, I replied quietly. They're our age. Mostly. Peter glanced at Superboy, then at Miss Martian, then at Robin. Mostly. Aqualad looked at Peter and me steadily. We will begin with introductions and a tour. Then a light training session. No pressure. Superboy snorted. There's always pressure. Miss Martian shot him a look. Superboy looked away again, jaw tight. Robin finally spoke, voice controlled and blunt. We need to know what you can do. And what you can't. Peter swallowed. Okay. Wally's grin returned immediately. I can answer that for you, he said quickly. I can do everything and also eat a burrito in 5 seconds. Robin stared at him. Wally shrugged. What? It's relevant. Tony clapped his hands once, the sound sharp in the room. All right. Kids. Do the welcome thing. We're not turning this into a staring contest. Batman turned slightly toward the training area, already done with the conversation. Tony gave Peter a quick look. You good? Tony asked, quieter. Peter nodded quickly. Yeah. Tony nodded back. Cool. Don't die. Peter's eyes widened. Mr. Stark. Tony walked away like that was normal advice. I stood there, looking at the group. I had expected questions. Training. Structure. I hadn't expected this exact lineup, but it made sense. This was Young Justice at the early stage. Before later additions. Before bigger shifts. I knew how their dynamics worked. I knew the stress points. I knew what missions shaped them. I also knew Peter didn't. Peter looked at Miss Martian again and smiled politely. He was trying hard. Miss Martian's smile softened. It's okay, she said kindly. It can feel overwhelming at first. Wally leaned toward Peter and whispered loudly, it's always overwhelming. But you get snacks. Aqualad cleared his throat slightly, and Wally straightened immediately. Robin's eyes flicked to me again. You, he said, direct. Flame. You're the one who transformed in the Doomsday fight. I nodded. Yeah. Robin's gaze stayed sharp. Control issues. Temporary, I replied calmly. Superboy finally looked directly at me, eyes narrowing. Are you as strong as Superman? I smiled slightly. Depends on the day. Superboy's expression tightened like he didn't like that answer. Aqualad stepped between the tension naturally, voice calm. We will proceed carefully, he said. This is not an interrogation. Batman's voice came from behind us, flat and final. Yes it is. Wally let out a short laugh, then stopped when Robin glanced at him. Peter swallowed again. I stayed relaxed. This will be fine, I said quietly to Peter. Peter looked at me, then nodded slowly. Okay, he said, voice still uncertain. Miss Martian gestured toward the seating area. Would you like to sit? We can talk first. Peter nodded quickly. Yes. Sitting sounds good. We moved toward the couch area. Superboy shifted slightly, like he didn't want to share space but didn't want to move either. Miss Martian sat down gently. Aqualad remained standing, calm. Robin stayed at the edge of the group, watchful. Wally bounced on his heels. Tony and Batman stayed back, observing. The room settled into a tense, awkward quiet that felt exactly like a team forming. Peter glanced around at all of them, then whispered to me, do you think they're going to make us do like, team-building exercises? I smirked. Probably. Peter groaned softly. Wally leaned in immediately, hearing everything. "Oh, we totally do team building," he said, grinning. "Robin makes us do trust falls." Robin's eyes snapped to him. "No, I don't." Wally's grin widened. "He does. He just doesn't call them that." Robin stared harder. Peter looked like he wanted to laugh but wasn't sure if he was allowed to. I let out a quiet chuckle. Aquilad's voice cut through cleanly, calm and grounded. "We begin with names, backgrounds that you are comfortable sharing, and your current capabilities. Then we train." Peter took a breath and nodded. "Okay." I leaned back slightly, posture loose, eyes moving across the group again, already thinking about how to fit into this without pulling their world off its rails too fast. Chapter 12, First Day, First Test. The room stayed quiet for a moment after Aquilad laid out the plan. Peter sat on the edge of the couch like the cushion might disappear under him. His hands rested on his knees, fingers tapping lightly in a nervous rhythm. I leaned back more comfortably, posture loose, letting my shoulders drop like I belonged here even if I technically didn't. Wally bounced on his heels and looked like he wanted to talk just to fill the silence. Miss Martian sat with her hands folded neatly in her lap, smiling gently at Peter like she was trying to make him feel less like a trapped animal. Superboy's arms were crossed so tightly his biceps looked like they were doing extra work. Robin stood at the edge of the group, still and watchful, the only one who looked completely comfortable with the quiet. Batman and Tony were farther back, not part of the circle. Batman was still as a statue. Tony leaned against a wall with his coffee, eyes moving between everyone like he was pretending this wasn't personally important to him. Aquilad's voice stayed calm. "We will start with a light training assessment." Peter blinked. "Like exercise?" Robin answered flatly. "Combat drills." Peter swallowed. "Okay. Yeah. That's also exercise." Wally pointed at Peter. "That's the spirit." Superboy's eyes stayed on me. He hadn't stopped staring since I walked in. He wasn't hiding it. He looked like he was deciding whether to respect me or hate me. Miss Martian glanced between us and then stood up gently. "We'll keep it friendly," she said kindly, voice warm. Superboy snorted. "Friendly?" Aquilad stepped toward the training area. "Follow me." We moved together. The training area had mats, reinforced walls, and a set of modular obstacles that looked like they could rearrange. Cameras were mounted high. I could feel Batman's presence even when he wasn't speaking. He would be watching everything through those. Peter walked beside me and whispered, "Please tell me they don't do like sparring to the death." I smiled. "If they do, I'll go first." Peter stared at me. "That's not comforting." Wally heard him anyway. "We don't spar to the death," Wally said cheerfully. "We spar to mild bruising." Robin replied, "Speak for yourself." Wally lifted both hands. "I bruise emotionally." Aquilad stopped near the center of the mats. "We will begin with basic movement and reaction tests," he said. "Peter, you first." Peter stiffened. "Me?" Aquilad nodded. "Your abilities are different from those already here. We need to understand them." Peter nodded quickly, trying to look confident. "Okay. Yeah. I can do that." Robin stepped forward, holding a small device. "This is a pattern drill. Avoid contact. Don't break anything." Peter looked at the device like it might bite him. "Avoid contact. Got it." Robin clicked something. A set of small training drones rose from hidden slots in the floor. They were compact, fast, and clearly built to sting if they hit. They hovered for half a second, then shot forward toward Peter. Peter moved instantly. He didn't look like a trained fighter the way Robin did, or a disciplined warrior the way Aqualad did. He moved like he was reacting to something only he could feel. His body twisted out of the way before the drones even reached him, like his muscles had already decided where danger would be. His spider sense made it look easy. He flipped backward over one drone, landed on one hand, and spun out of the path of another. He didn't panic. He joked even as he moved. "Okay," Peter said breathlessly, "these are not like the training drones at school." Wally leaned toward me and whispered loudly, "He's good." "I know," I whispered back. One drone clipped Peter's shoulder lightly. He hissed and rolled away, then popped back up, sticking to the wall for half a second before pushing off and landing on the ceiling. The team paused visibly, even Superboy, watching him cling upside down. Wally's eyes widened. "Okay, that's cheating." Peter replied, "It's a feature." Robin didn't react, but his eyes tracked every movement with focus. He adjusted the drone pattern mid-run, increasing speed, forcing tighter gaps. Peter dodged anyway. He moved with a mix of messy improvisation and perfect reflex. He didn't move like someone who trained for years. He moved like someone who learned by getting hurt and adapting. The difference mattered. Aqualad watched with a calm leader's expression. Miss Martian looked genuinely impressed. Wally grinned like he found a new favorite toy. Superboy looked annoyed that Peter could do something none of them could. Robin looked like he was filing everything away. Peter landed back on the floor, breathing hard but smiling. "Okay," he said, "I'm still alive." Aqualad nodded. "Good. Your reaction time is exceptional." Peter's chest rose and fell quickly. "Thanks." Robin clicked again. The drones returned to their slots. Aqualad turned toward me. "Flame." I raised an eyebrow. "Me next?" "Yes," Aqualad said calmly. "You will demonstrate restraint." That made Peter glance at me sharply. "Restraint?" Peter whispered. I smiled. "I can do that." Superboy scoffed under his breath. "Sure." Robin stepped closer. "No transformations," he said flatly. "No heat vision. No ice breath. No speed bursts that create shockwaves." I nodded. "Okay." Wally blinked. "That is, a lot of rules." "It's fine," I said cheerfully. Robin tapped his device. A different set of drones rose up, heavier and larger, likely designed for stronger targets. They hovered in a tight formation. Peter leaned closer to Wally and whispered, "This is gonna be insane." Wally whispered back, "Yeah." The drones attacked. I let them. Not in the sense that I stood still. I moved, but I moved carefully. I dodged with minimal motion, shifting just enough to avoid contact. I avoided speed that would rattle the room. I avoided strikes that would dent the walls. The drones fired stun pulses. I stepped between beams like they were slow, but I didn't make it look like I was teleporting. I kept it smooth and simple, because I understood what they needed to see. Control. One drone came in close and tried to ram my shoulder. I lifted a hand and caught it gently, fingers closing around the chassis without crushing it. The drone buzzed in protest. I held it for a second, then set it back down on the mat like I was placing a cup on a table. Wally's mouth opened. "You, just..." Robin's eyes narrowed slightly. "Continue." The drones adjusted, faster now, circling, trying to find a blind spot. I waited until two came in at once and then moved in a single smooth step, placing myself between them and tapping each one lightly with my fingertips. Both drones dropped out of the air and landed on the mats with soft thuds, disabled. Miss Martian's eyes widened. "That was very gentle." "It's practice," I said. Superboy's jaw tightened. It's showing off. I looked at him and smiled. If I was showing off, you'd feel it. Superboy stiffened, eyes flaring, but Aqualad raised a hand slightly, calm and quiet, and Superboy forced himself to stay still. Robin clicked again. More drones rose. This time, the pattern included distractions, false angles, and a few that fired from behind. I kept my expression neutral and my breathing steady. My hearing caught each drone's motor shift. My eyes tracked the slight changes in trajectory. I moved with just enough speed to avoid them all, turning my torso, shifting my feet, never letting my aura flare. At one point, a drone's stun beam shot toward my face. I leaned aside and let it pass, then caught that drone with one hand and flicked it gently toward the floor. It hit the mat and rolled harmlessly, disabled. Batman's voice came through an overhead speaker, low and flat. Acceptable. Peter's head snapped toward the speaker. He looked like he hadn't realized Batman was listening to everything. Tony's voice came through too, lighter. That's Batman's way of saying good job. Batman didn't reply. I smiled slightly and looked up at the camera. Thanks. Robin called the drones back. Aqualad nodded. Control is possible. Yeah, I replied. Peter let out a breath he'd been holding. Okay. Great. Cool. You're normal. In a terrifying way. I shrugged lightly. I try. The training session continued with group drills. Aqualad led, setting up scenarios that required movement, communication, and careful decisions. Robin set the rules. Wally made jokes. Miss Martian offered supportive comments. Superboy did the bare minimum to cooperate while looking irritated the entire time. Peter fit in faster than he expected. He listened to Aqualad naturally. He took Robin's instructions even when they were blunt. He bantered with Wally without realizing how much that helped his nerves. He smiled at Miss Martian when she gave him a quiet, encouraging nod. Even Superboy's presence didn't throw him off. Peter didn't challenge Superboy. He just worked around him, like he did with Flash Thompson at school, except Superboy could punch through walls. After the drills, Aqualad gathered us near the edge of the mats. That concludes the assessment. Peter wiped sweat off his forehead. So, he said, trying to sound casual, we passed. Robin answered, you didn't fail. Wally clapped Peter on the shoulder. That's basically a yes. Miss Martian smiled. You did very well. Peter's cheeks flushed slightly. Thanks. Aqualad's expression remained calm and steady. We have a low-risk reconnaissance mission available, he said. A test run. Peter's posture stiffened again. Mission. Tony stepped forward. Nothing crazy. Just looking. Checking. Reporting. No punching unless necessary. Batman's voice came through the speaker again. Necessary is determined by Aqualad. Aqualad nodded once. Correct. Robin turned toward Peter and me. You two are new. You will follow orders. You will not freelance. Peter raised both hands quickly. I won't. I promise. I nodded. Same. Superboy scoffed again. If he turns into a giant ape. I won't, I said calmly, cutting him off without raising my voice. No moon exposure. And I'm not here to wreck your base. Superboy stared at me, jaw tight. Aqualad spoke smoothly, voice calm. We proceed. Robin stepped toward a console and pulled up a map. Recon target is an abandoned facility connected to recent tech movement, he said, voice steady. We suspect a small operation. Nothing confirmed. We confirm. We leave. Tony folded his arms. Batman's remote. I'm remote. If anything escalates, you call it in. Wally raised his hand. Can I punch something? Robin didn't look at him. No. Wally lowered his hand. Okay. Peter leaned toward me and whispered, this is like a field trip but with danger. It's fine, I whispered back. We suited up. Peter pulled his mask on as we moved through the hallway. He walked with a little more confidence now. Not much, but enough that he wasn't shrinking into himself. I didn't have a suit. Not yet. That was a problem, but not one I cared about today. I wore simple dark clothes that wouldn't stand out too much in the dark. If someone saw me, they'd see a guy. Not a bright symbol. We boarded a transport. Aqualad stood at the front, calm and composed like this was normal. Robin sat near the side, already looking at mission data. Wally bounced in his seat. Miss Martian sat quietly, hands folded, eyes focused. Superboy leaned back with his arms crossed, staring at the ceiling like he wanted the mission to end before it started. Peter sat beside me, legs bouncing slightly. You okay? I asked quietly. He nodded. Yeah. I'm just excited. And nervous. Mostly nervous. That's normal, I said. He looked at me. You're not nervous. I'm careful, I replied, smiling. That's enough. The transport reached the target zone quickly. We landed a few blocks away and approached on foot. The facility looked abandoned from the outside. Broken windows. A fence with a gap cut into it. No lights on. But the air smelled like recent activity. Metal. Oil. Ozone. Robin signaled with a hand gesture to stop. Everyone froze instantly. He crouched near the ground and examined something. Fresh tracks. Aqualad nodded once. Proceed quietly. We moved in. Peter kept close to me but didn't cling. His eyes scanned rooftops and windows. His spider sense stayed quiet. That was good. Wally whispered, this is the part where a guy jumps out and says you shouldn't be here, right? Robin replied quietly, stop talking. Wally mouthed sorry and shut up. We slipped through the fence and approached the side entrance. Aqualad signaled again. Miss Martian closed her eyes briefly, focusing, likely scanning for mines inside. Her eyes opened. There are people, she whispered. A few. They're alert. Aqualad's expression didn't change. We observe. We do not engage unless necessary. Peter nodded quickly. I nodded too. My body stayed loose, but my senses were sharp. Hearing tuned to the smallest movements. Eyes scanning shadows. We moved closer to the entrance, preparing to look inside. Chapter 13, Quiet Work, Loud Mistakes. We stopped at the side entrance and didn't move for a few seconds. The building looked abandoned from the outside, but the air around it didn't match. I could smell fresh oil and hot metal. That meant generators, machinery, or both. I could hear a low electrical hum through the walls. Not the kind of hum a dead building makes. The kind a working building makes when someone is trying to keep it quiet. Aqualad stayed at the front, posture steady, eyes scanning the doorway and the roofline. Robin crouched near the lock, already assessing whether it was better to pick or bypass. Miss Martian stood slightly back, calm but attentive. Wally bounced on his toes but kept his mouth shut this time. Superboy looked bored, which I knew was mostly a cover for impatience. Peter stood near me, shoulders slightly hunched, mask on, eyes tracking shadows. I stayed relaxed, but I kept my attention wide. Sound. Heat. Movement. If someone inside moved a foot, I wanted to know. Aqualad lifted 2 fingers in a signal and pointed toward Robin, then toward the door. The meaning was clear. Robin nodded once and moved in. He didn't touch the handle. He didn't step directly in front of the entrance. He shifted his weight, checked angles, then pulled a small tool from his utility belt and slipped it into the lock. His hands were steady and fast, but quiet. No wasted movement. He worked like he'd done it 100 times. Probably had. Peter leaned closer to me and whispered, "This feels like breaking into a place." I whispered back, "We are." He made a small noise of protest, then stopped, because he knew arguing right now was pointless. The lock clicked softly. Robin pushed the door open a few inches. He didn't enter. He held it and listened. Aqualad leaned forward slightly, eyes focused. Miss Martian closed her eyes for a brief moment, then opened them again. "They're nearby," she whispered. "Not in this room. 2 in the next corridor." Aqualad nodded once. He signaled for us to move. We slipped inside. The interior smelled like dust layered over new activity, like someone had taken an old place and tried to make it functional again without cleaning it properly. The floor was concrete. The walls were unfinished. Some lights were out. Others glowed faintly, powered by something deeper inside. Robin moved first, hugging the wall. Aqualad followed, centered and controlled, keeping a clear line of sight down the corridor. Miss Martian stayed behind him. Wally followed her. Superboy brought up the rear like he didn't care about formation, even though he was still following it. Peter and I moved together, staying quiet. Peter's spider sense wasn't flaring yet, but his posture was tight. He looked like he was trying to keep his breathing slow. We reached the corridor entrance. Robin held up a fist. Everyone stopped instantly. I heard faint voices. 2 men. Talking low. Not panicked. Not joking. Focused. Aqualad leaned toward Miss Martian slightly. She listened again, eyes half closed. "They're guarding," she whispered. "They think they're alone." Robin nodded and looked at Aqualad. Aqualad gave a short hand signal, "Observe, don't engage unless necessary." We slid closer, using the corner as cover. Robin peeked around the edge for half a second, then pulled back. He whispered, "2 armed. Body armor. 1 thermal rifle." Peter's head tilted. "Thermal rifle." Robin glanced at him like he was deciding whether to answer. He did anyway, tone clipped. "Heat-based weapon. Don't get hit." Peter nodded quickly. "Got it." Aqualad gestured toward a side route, a narrow service hallway branching off from the main corridor. It was darker, more cramped, and it smelled like old pipes. We moved that way. This was the kind of mission that looked simple and stayed simple only if nobody made it loud. The goal was information. Confirm who was here and what they were doing. Then leave. The League handled the big cleanup. I could do this. I could also tear the whole building down if I wanted. That was the problem. Power made simple harder, not easier. Peter's spider sense flickered. Not full alarm. Just a tight, sudden shift in his posture, like his body reacted before his mind could name it. He stopped so abruptly that Wally almost bumped into him. Peter lifted one hand instinctively. "Wait." Aqualad froze and turned toward him, calm but alert. "What is it?" Peter's head turned slightly, eyes narrowing at the floor. I don't know. Something's wrong." Robin's gaze snapped to the floor immediately. He crouched, scanning with his eyes, then pulled out a small flashlight and angled it low. There was a faint line across the ground. Too straight. Too clean. A tripwire. It was nearly invisible in the dim light, stretched across the hallway at shin height. A small sensor box was attached to the wall, barely protruding. Robin's eyes narrowed. Good catch. Peter swallowed. That was my sense thing. Wally leaned in, eyebrows raised. That is the coolest thing. Robin held up a hand without looking at Wally, and Wally leaned back again. Aqualad's expression remained calm, but his eyes flicked to Peter with clear approval. Well done, he said quietly. We avoid it. Robin examined the sensor box more closely. It's tied into a silent alarm, he whispered. If it triggers, the guards in the next room will know immediately. Superboy scoffed softly. So step over it. Robin's head turned. And what if there are more? Superboy rolled his eyes but didn't argue. Robin carefully cut the wire and disabled the sensor with a quick tool motion. He moved with precise hands, then nodded once when it was done. We proceeded. Peter let out a breath he'd been holding. He glanced at me, eyes wide even behind his mask. You saw that, he whispered. I saw you stop, I whispered back. Good job. His shoulders eased slightly, just a bit. We continued down the service hallway. It curved and ended at a metal door with a narrow window. Through the glass, I could see a larger room lit by a few hanging lights. Stacks of crates. A makeshift workbench. Cables running across the floor. A terminal glowing faintly. And armed people. More than 2. At least 6 in this room, spread out, some moving equipment, others watching monitors. Aqualad signaled for us to hold. Miss Martian leaned closer, eyes half closing again. They're tense, she whispered. They're expecting a pickup. Robin nodded and pulled a small camera device from his belt, slipping it under the door crack with a controlled push. He watched the feed on a small screen. Weapons, he whispered. Tech crates. Looks like stolen gear. Tony's voice came through our comms, quiet and filtered. Confirm and record. No hero stuff unless you have to. Robin didn't reply, but his eyes flicked briefly upward like he knew Tony was listening. Batman's voice followed, low and flat. Bring back evidence. Aqualad nodded once, as if acknowledging the voices, then looked at us. We gather what we can and withdraw. Wally whispered, withdraw is my favorite plan. Superboy's jaw tightened. We could take them. Aqualad's gaze stayed steady. Our objective is reconnaissance. Superboy looked away, clearly annoyed. Peter shifted slightly behind me. His spider sense stayed quiet now, but his body was still tense. He wasn't used to standing outside a room full of armed people and choosing not to act. I knew that feeling. Not from being Spider-Man. From knowing too much. From seeing outcomes and wanting to skip straight to the end. Aqualad signaled for Miss Martian to assist. Miss Martian stepped closer to the door and placed 2 fingers lightly on the metal frame. Her eyes closed. Her posture stayed calm, but I could see the focus in her face. I can sense their surface thoughts, she whispered. They're moving shipments tonight. They're afraid of interference. Robin adjusted his camera feed, capturing still images. Peter leaned toward me again. This is, kind of cool, he whispered, sounding nervous but impressed. Yeah, I whispered back. Don't get too excited. I'm trying, he whispered. A sudden clatter inside the room made everyone tense. One of the men knocked a crate over. Another cursed. The noise was loud enough that one of them turned toward the door we were behind. I heard his footsteps approach. Aqualad raised a hand, signaling everyone to stay still. Wally froze, jaw clenched. Superboy's eyes narrowed. Robin's posture lowered, ready to strike if the door opened. Peter's spider sense flared fully. His head snapped sharply toward the door, and his entire body stiffened like electricity hit him. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. The warning was obvious in the way his shoulders locked. The door handle moved. Robin's hand shifted to a smoke pellet. Aqualad's muscles tightened. The door opened. A guard stepped out, rifle in hand. His eyes widened immediately when he saw us. "Hey!" the guard shouted, voice sharp. The room behind him erupted into motion. I heard chairs scrape, boots hit concrete, weapons being raised. Aqualad moved. He didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and struck the guard's wrist, knocking the rifle down and away. The guard stumbled, and Aqualad swept his legs cleanly, dropping him to the floor. Robin moved past Aqualad and fired a small taser dart into the guard's chest. The man convulsed and went still. Wally surged forward, blur fast, disarming the rifle completely and tossing it down the hallway out of reach. Peter jumped backward instinctively, then sprang up to the ceiling in one smooth motion, clinging above the doorway. "Okay," Peter whispered to himself, voice tight. "Okay." The men inside flooded toward the door. Two came first, rifles raised. Aqualad lifted his hands and water surged from his canisters, forming a thick arc that slammed into the first man's chest and knocked him back into the room. The second man fired, but Robin flipped into the doorway and kicked the rifle up, the shot blasting into the ceiling instead. Wally darted in and out, snatching weapons, kicking knees, tripping feet. He moved too fast for them to track. Miss Martian stayed back slightly, hands raised, and focused on crowd control. Her eyes narrowed and one of the men inside hesitated, blinking hard like his thoughts had just been scrambled. Superboy stepped forward with a scowl. He grabbed the doorframe with one hand and ripped it partially off its hinges, using it like a shield. "Move," he muttered, then charged in. The room turned chaotic fast. These weren't supervillains. They were trained criminals with tech and guns. Dangerous, but not on the level of the people we'd fought recently. Still, a bullet could kill someone in Young Justice if it hit right. A thermal rifle could do worse. I stayed on the edge and moved carefully, trying not to break anything important. A man aimed at Wally. I heard the trigger click before the shot fired. I moved between them instantly and caught the barrel in my hand, twisting it down so the shot hit the floor instead of Wally. The man stared at me like he couldn't process it. I flicked the rifle away gently, sending it skidding across the room. Then I tapped the man's shoulder with a controlled strike that dropped him cleanly without crushing his bones. Peter dropped from the ceiling into the middle of the room. He fired webs quickly, sticking one man's hands to the wall, then another man's boots to the floor. His movements were fast but careful, trying not to hurt anyone more than necessary. "Guys," Peter said, voice tight but still trying to joke, "this is why we don't open doors without knocking." Robin didn't answer. He was moving too fast, striking pressure points, disarming, and binding. Aqualad stayed near the center, using water constructs to block lines of fire and push enemies into corners. Miss Martian focused on limiting panic. She didn't slam people into walls. She used her power subtly, making them hesitate, misjudge, or freeze long enough for Robin or Aqualad to take them down. Superboy did not do subtle. He grabbed one man by the vest and threw him into a pile of crates. The crates cracked and spilled equipment. The man groaned and stayed down. Aqualad called sharply, voice controlled but firm. "Superboy, restraint." Superboy scowled. He had a gun. "So do we," Aqualad replied calmly. Superboy didn't respond, but he stopped throwing people through crates after that, switching to heavy shoves and quick punches instead. Wally zipped past me and skidded to a stop for half a second. "Okay," he said breathlessly. This went from recon to party crash really fast. Robin snapped, "Focus." Wally saluted and vanished again. Peter's spider sense flared once more. His head snapped toward the far side of the room where a man was crouched behind a terminal, hands working fast. Not aiming a gun. Typing. Peter shouted, "He's calling someone." Robin turned instantly, throwing a baton. It hit the terminal screen and shattered it. The man yelped and raised his hands. Aqualad stepped forward, calm. "Secure him." Peter shot webbing and pinned the man to the chair. I moved closer, scanning the room for additional traps. Crates labeled with tech. Some looked like stolen gear from both worlds. Devices I recognized from the Marvel side mixed with components I recognized from DC. That kind of blend didn't happen accidentally. Robin crouched near a crate, prying it open slightly with a tool. He snapped a picture with his wrist camera. "We got enough," he said. Aqualad nodded. "We withdraw now." Superboy frowned. "That's it." "Yes," Aqualad said firmly. "We are not here to take everything." Wally reappeared holding a handful of confiscated guns, then dropped them in a pile. "Okay, leaving sounds great." Peter looked around, breathing hard. He had sweat on his forehead under his mask. His voice was quieter. "We're just leaving them." Robin answered, "Authorities will handle collection." Peter nodded slowly. He didn't look fully convinced, but he didn't argue. We moved toward the exit. That's when a hidden door on the far wall slid open with a sharp mechanical sound. Someone stepped through wearing heavier gear than the others. Tactical armor. Helmet. A weapon that hummed like it carried energy. My posture tightened slightly. Not fear. Focus. He looked at the downed guards, then at us. "Kids," he said, voice filtered through the helmet. "You picked the wrong warehouse." Aqualad stepped forward, calm, voice steady. "We are leaving. Stand down." The armored man laughed shortly. "No." He raised his weapon. I moved instantly, but I kept my force controlled. I crossed the room and struck the weapon aside before it fired, then grabbed the man's wrist and twisted. The armor resisted, but not enough. He stumbled back. Superboy surged forward, eyes narrowed, ready to hit hard. Aqualad lifted a hand sharply. "No. We do this clean." Robin fired a cable line that wrapped around the armored man's legs. Wally darted in and tightened it before the man could cut free. Peter shot webs, sticking the man's arms to his chest plate. Miss Martian stepped closer, eyes narrowed, and the man's movements slowed as her influence hit his mind. He struggled, shaking his head. Aqualad moved in and struck a pressure point at the side of the helmet's neck seal. The armored man stiffened, then collapsed. It was fast. Clean. Peter stared for a second, breathing hard. "Okay," he said quietly. "That was teamwork." Wally grinned. "Yeah, we do that sometimes." Robin picked up the humming weapon carefully, then set it aside and snapped another photo. "Evidence." Aqualad nodded. "Now we leave." We withdrew quickly, slipping out through the service hallway and back into the main corridor. The guards we'd dropped were waking slowly, confused, tangled in webbing or cables. None of them were dead. That mattered. Outside, the night air hit us cooler. Peter pulled his mask up halfway once we were a safe distance away. His hair was damp, eyes wide, face flushed with adrenaline. "That was," he started. Wally finished for him, "Insane." Peter nodded. "Yeah. Insane." Aqualad looked at him calmly. "You did well." Peter blinked like he hadn't expected praise. "Thanks." Robin glanced toward me, eyes sharp. You kept control. I nodded. I said I would. Superboy looked annoyed but didn't argue. Miss Martian smiled softly, relief visible in her shoulders. Tony's voice came over comms, light but satisfied. Nice work, kids. You got what we needed. Batman's voice followed, flat. Return. Aqualad turned toward the extraction point. We return. Peter walked beside me, still breathing hard. He leaned closer and whispered, "So, is every mission like that?" I smiled. Hopefully not. He let out a short laugh, half relief, half disbelief. Okay. Cool. I'm never going to complain about math homework again. We moved into the night together, heading back with evidence and bruises and the kind of tired that came from doing something dangerous and surviving it. Chapter 14, Patience is a Skill. The return ride was quieter than the trip in. Not silent, because Wally couldn't last long without talking, but quieter in the way a group gets after adrenaline drains and everyone's body starts remembering it has limits. The transport's lights stayed low. The hum of the engine stayed steady. The air smelled faintly like rubber, metal, and whatever cleaning solution they used to wipe blood off the floor before the next mission. Peter sat beside me with his mask rolled up to his nose. His hair was damp. His eyes kept flicking down to his hands like he was checking whether they were still shaking. They weren't shaking much, but I could tell he felt keyed up. Wally was across from us, legs bouncing like he'd strapped a motor to his knees. He stared at the ceiling, then at the wall, then at Superboy, like he was trying to see if Superboy would react if Wally stared long enough. Superboy stared back with the same annoyed expression he always had, jaw tight, arms crossed. He looked like he wanted to be anywhere else, but he stayed in his seat and didn't storm off. That was his version of cooperating. Miss Martian sat with her hands folded, posture careful, face calm but tired. Every few seconds she blinked a little slower than normal, like she was still recovering from forcing minds to hesitate. Aqualad sat upright, focused, eyes forward, calm like he'd already moved on to the next step. Robin sat slightly away from the group, head down, looking at the images he'd captured. He didn't look tired. He looked sharp and busy. I leaned back, relaxed, letting my shoulders drop. Inside, my mind was working anyway. That warehouse had mixed tech. That armored man's weapon wasn't random. In a merged world like this, the number of groups who could put something like that together was too high. I had too many names in my head. I kept my face neutral. Peter exhaled slowly. "So," he said quietly, voice slightly hoarse, "we really just left?" Aqualad turned his head slightly. "Yes." Peter's eyes stayed forward. "I know the plan was recon, but we had them. Like, we had them tied up and everything." Wally nodded quickly, eager to talk. "Yeah, but then we'd have to do paperwork." "Aqualad hates paperwork." Aqualad's expression stayed calm. "I do not hate paperwork." Wally grinned. "That's exactly what someone who hates paperwork would say." Robin didn't look up from his device. "We don't decide the whole operation on the spot." Peter frowned under his mask. "But if they just get up and run?" Robin finally looked up, eyes sharp. "They were pinned. Webbed. Bound. The local authorities will respond. We transmitted an anonymous tip with location and evidence." Peter blinked. "We did." Robin's gaze held steady. "Yes." Peter's shoulders eased by a fraction. "Okay. That helps." I glanced at him. His voice was still careful, but it didn't have that panicked edge anymore. He was trying to sort the world into categories he could live with. "You did good," I said quietly. Peter looked at me. "I almost got shot." "You didn't," I replied, tone light. Your sense thing saved us from the tripwire too. He flushed slightly. Yeah. That was, weirdly cool. Wally leaned toward Peter, eyes bright. It is cool. It's like having a built-in alarm system that screams at you. Mine is just me screaming at me. Peter let out a short laugh. Yeah. The transport shifted slightly as it descended. A few minutes later, the doors opened and we stepped back into the base. The air inside felt cleaner than the warehouse. The lighting was steady and bright. The quiet was controlled. Like the building itself didn't allow panic to linger. We walked into the common area first. The couches sat where they had been earlier. The screens were active. A faint tone played from somewhere, probably a system notification I didn't understand yet. Tony and Batman were already there. Tony sat on the edge of a table with his coffee replaced by something that smelled like strong tea. He looked tired in a way he tried to hide. Batman stood beside a console, cape still, body motionless, eyes on the screens. A large display showed Robin's captured images. Crates. Weapons. The humming energy rifle. A close-up of the armored man's chest plate. A partial serial marking. Batman's eyes tracked each image without emotion. Tony's brows were slightly furrowed, the way they got when he was thinking seriously but didn't want anyone to see the worry. Aqualad stepped forward first. Mission report, he said calmly. Robin walked over and connected his device to the console. Images and timestamps uploaded. We confirmed an active operation, Robin said in his clipped voice. Multiple armed guards. Mixed tech shipments. One armored operative. We secured visual evidence and disabled communications. Tony nodded slowly. Okay. Good. That part is good. Batman's voice was flat. The weapon. Robin tapped a control and zoomed in on the rifle. Energy-based. Thermal and concussive components. Not standard. He paused briefly. It's assembled from parts originating from multiple suppliers. Tony leaned forward slightly. Yeah, I can see that. That's like someone made a smoothie out of 10 different illegal tech catalogs. Batman didn't react to the joke. Trace. Tony nodded. Already running it. Don't worry. Batman's gaze shifted briefly to me and Peter. New recruits performed adequately. Peter straightened like a teacher just called his name. Thank you, sir. Batman's eyes didn't soften. Your instincts were useful. Peter swallowed. My spider sense. Batman held the gaze. Useful. Tony raised his eyebrows behind his sunglasses. That's Batman's way of saying you're not a liability. Peter blinked. That's good. Batman's eyes moved to me. You did not escalate. I nodded. I didn't need to. Batman didn't respond. That was his response. Aqualad looked at Tony. What is the next step? Tony exhaled and pointed at the screen. Next step is we don't kick down 10 more doors and hope we find the guy with the shipping manifest. Next step is we watch. Wally groaned dramatically. Watching is so boring. Robin cut in immediately. Watching is how you don't get ambushed. Wally rolled his eyes. Watching is how you get bored and then you get ambushed by boredom. Miss Martian smiled faintly, tired but amused. Batman's voice stayed flat. Surveillance. Aqualad nodded. Understood. Tony raised a hand slightly, palm out like he was directing traffic. This is a test of patience, which is something you children desperately need. His head tilted toward Peter and me. Especially the new ones. Peter's eyes widened. Hey. I smiled and shrugged. He's not wrong. Peter stared at me. Why are you agreeing with him? Because it's funny, I replied cheerfully. Tony pointed at me. See? He gets it. Batman tapped a control and a map appeared on screen. The facility was one node. There are likely others. The shipments will move again. Robin's eyes narrowed slightly. We stake out the next pickup. Batman's voice remained even. Yes. Aqualad asked, do we have a likely route? Tony gestured toward a list of data on the screen. We've got partial markings, frequency residue, and some unique power signatures. Which means we can predict where they'll show up next with an accuracy that will make you all feel like we're cheating. Wally clapped once. Cheating is my favorite. Tony's mouth twitched. We'll deploy a small team. Low profile. No engagement unless necessary. Superboy scoffed quietly. Always unless necessary. Batman's head turned slightly toward Superboy. You will follow orders. Superboy's jaw tightened, but he didn't argue. Peter shifted his weight and raised his hand awkwardly like he was back in class. Question. Tony looked at him. Yes, kid. Peter hesitated. If we see them, moving more weapons, and we just watch, doesn't that mean more people could get hurt? The room went a little quieter. Not because anyone was angry. Because Peter had said the part out loud that everyone had to swallow sometimes. Tony's expression stayed controlled. That's why we're doing this with the League involved. Peter frowned. But we're the ones watching. Aqualad turned toward Peter, calm and steady. Mission discipline is protection. If we engage too early, the full network disappears. Peter's shoulders tightened. But if someone gets shot while we're watching? I could hear his breathing get a little faster. Not panic. Pressure. I leaned slightly closer to him. Peter, I said quietly. He looked at me. We can still stop things if it gets bad, I said, tone calm. But Aqualad's right. If we jump too early, we might stop one truck and miss the whole operation. Peter's eyes flicked down. I know. I just hate it. I nodded. Me too. That was honest. I didn't like watching bad things happen. I just knew the difference between discomfort and failure. Batman spoke again, voice flat. If civilians are threatened, you intervene. Peter looked up quickly. Batman continued. If not, you observe. Peter nodded slowly. Okay. Tony stepped closer to Peter and lowered his voice slightly, still audible but less performative. Kid, you've been doing this alone. You're used to solving everything you see. Teamwork is different. It sucks sometimes. Still better. Peter's throat bobbed as he swallowed. Yes, sir. Tony straightened again and clapped his hands once. All right. You all get 10 minutes. Hydrate. Then we brief the stakeout. Wally stood immediately. Hydrate means snacks. Robin said, no. Wally walked toward the kitchen area anyway. Hydration snacks. Miss Martian stood slowly and followed, probably to keep him from eating something that would stick to the ceiling later. Superboy pushed off the couch and headed toward the training mats like he needed to hit something to feel calm. Aqualad remained by the console, reading the updated plan. Robin stayed beside him, eyes scanning details, expression tight. Peter didn't move right away. He looked at the screen again, then at the direction Wally went, then at me. I know I'm being annoying, he said quietly. You're not, I replied. He exhaled. When I see bad guys, I stop them. That's the whole thing. Yeah, I said. And you did. We stopped them inside. Now we're stopping the next part. Peter nodded slowly, then rubbed his face with his hands. Okay. Tony walked past us and tossed Peter a bottle of water without looking. Peter caught it awkwardly. Drink, Tony said casually. Peter blinked. Okay. I watched Tony for a second. He moved like he was relaxed, but I knew him. MCU Tony, post-Avengers and pre-Infinity War, carrying guilt like a hobby. He wanted control. He wanted plans. Doomsday and my great ape problem were not his favorite kind of variables. Batman didn't move at all. He didn't need to. He had the room even when he was silent. Peter finally followed me toward the kitchen area. He twisted the cap off the water bottle and took a long drink. Wally was already halfway into a protein bar. "Welcome to the watching club," he said through a mouthful. Peter replied, "That's not a club." Wally nodded. "It's a lifestyle." Miss Martian handed Peter another bottle of water, smiling gently. "You were very brave," she said warmly. Peter flushed. "Thank you." She tilted her head slightly. "It's normal to feel uncomfortable about leaving things unfinished." Peter's shoulders rose slightly, then dropped. "Yet." I leaned against the counter and watched them talk. Miss Martian was good at this. She was naturally kind. She made people feel included without acting like they were fragile. Peter needed that. Aqualad called from the console area, voice calm and clear. "Team briefing." We returned to the main screen. Batman and Tony stood at the front. Aqualad stood slightly forward, like he was already in command. Robin stood near him, eyes sharp. Tony tapped the display and the map shifted, highlighting a warehouse district near the river. "This is our next likely pickup point," he said. "Time window tonight. We'll have drones overhead. We'll have external monitoring. You kids will be on the ground, hidden, watching." Wally raised his hand. "Define hidden." Robin replied immediately. "Not running in circles." Wally lowered his hand. "Fine." Tony continued. "We want confirmation of who shows up, what vehicles, what tech, and if there's a meta-human escort. We do not want you starting a brawl unless civilians are at risk." Superboy's mouth tightened. "So we just stand there?" Aqualad's voice stayed calm. "We gather information." Superboy looked away. Batman spoke, voice flat. "Any deviation will be noted." Peter swallowed. I smiled slightly. Batman saying that to a teen group was like a teacher writing "see me after class" on the board. Nobody liked it. Everybody listened. Aqualad assigned positions. Robin and Miss Martian will take the north approach. Wally will cover the east, rotating as needed. Superboy will remain central, but hidden. Superboy's eyebrows rose. "Hidden?" Robin said, "Try." Aqualad continued. "Peter, you will cover the south approach." Peter nodded quickly. "Okay." Aqualad looked at me. "Flame. You will remain above, at altitude, monitoring. If engagement becomes necessary, you respond to protect civilians and team." I nodded. "Got it." Robin's eyes flicked to me. He didn't like me being above. He wanted people where he could predict them. But he didn't argue. Not in front of Batman. Tony added, "And before anyone asks, yes, I know letting the flying hybrid guy hover around is a risk. He's been behaving." I lifted a hand. "I'm always behaving." Tony looked at me. "You turned into a giant ape last night." I replied, "That was a misunderstanding with the moon." Wally's eyes widened. "There's a moon thing." Robin snapped, "Focus." Wally shut up. Batman's gaze held on me for a beat longer. No moon exposure tonight. I won't look at it, I said simply. Batman didn't respond. The briefing ended quickly. We geared up. We moved out. This mission didn't have the rush of the warehouse raid. It was slower. The kind of slow that tested people who were used to action. We arrived near the new location before dusk fully dropped. The air was cold and smelled like water, engine exhaust, and old trash piled near the river. The warehouse district was quieter than the city center. Fewer people. Fewer lights. More empty space. We split up into assigned positions. Peter moved into a shadowed area near a chain-link fence on the south side. He perched lightly, watching the loading bay doors across the yard. His posture was controlled, but I could tell he wanted to do something. I lifted into the air and stayed high enough that nobody would easily spot me, but low enough that I could hear and see everything. I kept my breathing slow, my aura fully suppressed, my body normal. Below me, the team waited. Minutes passed. Wally's voice came through comms quietly. I hate waiting. Robin replied, then stopped talking. Wally muttered, I'm whispering. Miss Martian spoke softly, calm. Someone is coming. I can feel mines approaching. Aqualad's voice came through. Positions. Everyone tightened up. A truck rolled into the yard, headlights off until the last second. Then they flashed briefly, and the driver killed them again. The truck moved to the loading bay and stopped. 2 more vehicles followed. A van. A dark sedan. People stepped out. Armed. Organized. I tracked their movement and listened. They didn't talk much. They moved crates from the truck to the warehouse quickly. One of them carried a device that hummed with energy I recognized from earlier. Same signature. Same build style. Robin's voice came through the comms, clipped and quiet. Confirmed. Same group. Tony's voice came in next, calm. Record everything. I watched carefully. No civilians nearby. No bystanders. Peter's spider sense didn't flare. That meant no immediate surprise. Good. Then a new figure stepped out of the sedan. Armored again. Not the same armor exactly. Different plating. Different helmet shape. But the same kind of build. The same kind of confidence. Robin's voice tightened slightly. Escort. Miss Martian whispered, he's thinking about a buyer. Aqualad replied, hold. The armored man walked toward the warehouse entrance and paused, looking around the yard like he expected someone to be watching. Peter stayed still. So did everyone else. The armored man turned his head slowly, scanning. For a split second, his helmet faced toward Peter's position. Peter's spider sense flared hard. I saw his posture tighten, his shoulders twitching like his body wanted to move. He held anyway. Then the armored man turned away. My hearing caught a quiet click. A secondary door opened near the back of the warehouse. More people came out. One of them carried something that looked like a compact case, reinforced, with a symbol on the side I recognized as belonging to a DC side supplier. This was bigger than a small gang. Tony's voice came through. Okay, that's our confirmation. We have enough. Stay hidden. Peter's voice came through, tense but controlled. They're moving it inside. Are we just letting them? Aqualad replied calmly, yes. Unless civilians appear. Peter didn't answer right away. I could feel him struggling with it, even through the COMM. He was fighting his instincts. Then it happened. A forklift inside the warehouse whined loudly, and a crate slipped off its forks, crashing. The noise echoed. One of the guards cursed and stomped outside, irritated. He didn't just stomp. He walked directly toward the south fence. Toward Peter. Peter froze. The guard lifted a flashlight, sweeping it. I saw the beam approach Peter's cover position. Peter's spider sense flared again. He shifted slightly, careful, but the chain-link fence rattled faintly. The guard stopped. He raised his weapon. "Hey," the guard shouted. "Who's there? So much for watching." Robin's voice snapped through comms. "Spidey, stay still." Peter whispered back, "He's right here." The guard stepped closer. I dropped lower instantly, controlled, ready. Aqualad's voice stayed calm but firm. "If discovered, we disengage only if possible. If not, we neutralize and withdraw." Peter's breathing came through his comm, quick. "Okay." The guard yanked the fence slightly, flashlight beam cutting across the shadows. Peter moved. He shot a web upward, yanked himself out of sight, and stuck to the underside of a metal overhang. The guard's beam swept under the overhang and missed him by inches. But the guard saw the web line. "Contact!" the guard shouted. The yard erupted. Guns raised. People moved. The armored escort turned sharply, stepping forward like he'd been waiting for an excuse. Robin cursed quietly. "Everyone, fall back pattern. No one stays alone." Aqualad moved first, stepping out of cover with calm control, water already rising around his hands in a defensive arc. Wally darted in, disarming a guard before the guard could fire, then zipped back out, pulling another guard off balance. Miss Martian raised her hand and pushed calm into the nearest guard's mind, making him hesitate. Peter dropped into the middle of it, firing webs fast, trying to bind weapons and feet without hurting anyone too badly. I stayed above for half a second more to assess threats. No civilians. That meant we could end this quickly. The armored escort raised his weapon and fired toward Aqualad. I moved. I didn't transform. I didn't flare aura. I just crossed the distance and struck the weapon aside with a controlled hit. The shot went into the sky. The armored escort turned toward me immediately, posture shifting like he recognized a higher-level threat. "Not you again," the escort said through his helmet, voice distorted. I smiled lightly. "Yeah, it's me." He charged. I stepped to the side and grabbed his shoulder plate, twisting him down and slamming him into the ground hard enough to crack concrete but not enough to create a crater. He fought back, strong for a human in armor, maybe augmented. Not enough. I held him down with one hand and looked toward Aqualad. "We withdrawing?" Aqualad's voice came quickly. "Yes." "Now!" Robin shouted, "Wally, smoke!" Wally zipped past and tossed a smoke pellet into the center of the yard. Thick smoke billowed instantly, obscuring sight lines. Peter's voice came through. "I got too tied up." "Leave them," Robin snapped. "Move." Peter hesitated for a split second, then moved, swinging up and out of the smoke. I released the armored escort and took off upward, keeping my movements controlled. We regrouped fast, moving away from the warehouse district before anyone could track us properly. As soon as we hit a safe distance, we stopped behind a row of shipping containers. Everyone breathed. Wally bent over, hands on his knees. "Okay," he said breathlessly, "so surveillance is just fighting with extra steps." Robin replied, "You blew cover." Wally stood up straight, offended. "I did not." Robin's eyes narrowed. "You talked." Wally lifted his hands. I whispered. Aqualad cut in calmly. "Enough." We gained confirmation. "We withdraw." Peter leaned against the container, breathing hard. His mask was rolled up, and his eyes were wide, frustrated. We just let them go, he said quietly. Robin's gaze snapped to him. We didn't let them go. We were compromised. Peter's shoulders tightened. But we could have taken them. Aqualad stepped closer, voice steady. Peter. Our role tonight was confirmation and tracking. We have it. Peter's jaw worked. He looked angry, but not at them specifically. At the concept. I stepped closer and kept my tone light, but firm. You did what you were told, I said. You didn't freeze. You moved when you had to. Peter looked at me. And they still got away. Tonight, I replied. Now we know where they are and how they move. Peter's breathing slowed slightly. I hate this. I know, I said, quieter. You're not wrong to hate it. Miss Martian stepped closer to Peter and spoke gently. It feels unfinished, she said kindly. But the information is valuable. Peter swallowed, eyes glistening just slightly. Not tears. Just that tight emotional leak when someone's trying hard to hold it together. Robin watched him for a beat, then looked away. But I saw the calculation in Robin's eyes. He wasn't only judging Peter. He was also judging me. The way I moved. The way the armored man recognized me. The fact that my power made some problems too easy. Robin didn't like variables. Batman's voice came through comms, flat. Return. Tony's voice followed, lighter but edged. Yet. Come home, kids. We got what we needed. Aqualad nodded once. We return. Peter stayed leaning against the container for a moment longer, breathing slow, then nodded to himself and pulled his mask back up. As we moved out, he fell into step beside me. His voice came low through the mask. I'm trying to be good at this. You are, I replied. He hesitated. Do you ever feel like, if you just hit harder, it would be simpler? I glanced at him. Yet. He looked surprised that I didn't lecture him. I continued, cheerful but honest. But simpler isn't always safer. And if you hit hard every time, you become the thing people fear. Peter's shoulders eased slightly. Okay. I smiled under my own calm face. Also, if you hit hard every time, Tony complains more. Peter let out a short laugh. Yeah, okay. That helps. We headed back toward the extraction point with the team moving in formation again, quieter now, focused, and still tense from the near miss. Robin stayed slightly behind us, eyes sharp, watching me like he was memorizing every detail for later. Chapter 15, The Work After the Work. We got back to the base in a controlled rush. Not panicked. Not sloppy. Just fast enough that nobody could pretend the stakeout had gone perfectly. The transport doors slid open, and the cool, filtered air inside hit my face through my nose and mouth like a reset button. I kept my breathing steady and my posture loose, even though my senses were still tuned outward, still expecting footsteps behind us or a stray shot from nowhere. Peter walked beside me, mask still on. His shoulders were tight. He didn't speak until we crossed into the main corridor and the heavy doors sealed behind us. Then he exhaled loudly, like he'd been holding his breath for the whole ride. Wally was the first to break the silence. Okay, he said, voice bright but strained, we did surveillance, we did surprise combat, and we did cardio. We covered all bases. Robin didn't look at him. He walked straight toward the console room, moving like he was already writing the report in his head. Aqualad followed at a calmer pace, posture straight, face steady. Miss Martian stayed close to Aqualad, her expression soft but tired. Superboy brought up the rear, jaw clenched. Peter looked at me and spoke quietly through his mask. Are we in trouble? I smiled a little. Probably a lecture. He groaned softly. Great. The console room was already lit brighter than the common area. Multiple screens were active. Tony and Batman were there again, exactly where they'd been earlier, like neither of them ever left. Tony held a tablet and a mug that didn't look like it contained anything healthy. Batman stood near the largest screen, cape draped, arms at his sides, eyes fixed forward. The room felt like a classroom and a courtroom at the same time. Aqualad stepped in first. We're back. Batman didn't turn his head. I know. Tony's mouth twitched. Welcome home, kids. Please tell me you didn't blow up a truck. Wally lifted a hand. No explosions. Tony raised an eyebrow. That's a new record. Robin stepped up to the console and connected his device without being asked. The footage from the stakeout came up immediately, multiple angles. Drone overhead views. Robin's body cam. A few frames from Wally's point of view feed that were mostly motion blur. A segment from Peter that caught a guard's flashlight sweeping across a fence line. Tony pointed at the screen as the warehouse doors opened. Okay, here we go. Everybody watch this part, because this is the part where you all did the thing I said not to do, but also the thing you had to do. Peter shifted his weight, clearly uncomfortable. Aqualad kept his expression calm. We were discovered. Batman finally turned his head slightly. His gaze landed on the screen, then on the team, then back to the screen. The approach was compromised. Wally opened his mouth. Robin said flatly, "Do not." Wally closed his mouth again, looking offended. Tony scrubbed through the video with a finger. The armored escort appeared on screen, stepping out of the sedan. Tony paused it and zoomed in on the helmet shape. Okay, Tony said, voice more serious now. This guy. Different armor than the one you dropped earlier. Similar build. Similar power signature. Batman spoke, short and direct. Consistent supplier. Tony nodded. Yeah. Which is good. That's what we want. Consistency means we can predict. It also means someone is funding this. Aqualad asked calmly, have you identified the buyer? Tony shifted the display to a still frame of the compact reinforced case being moved inside. He zoomed in on the symbol stamped into its side. This mark is DC side black market. It shows up in a few places. Batman's voice stayed flat. Inter gang. Peter's head snapped slightly. Inter what? Wally whispered loudly, bad guys. Robin said, quiet. Tony looked at Peter. Inter gang. They love alien tech. They love weapons. They love making normal crime look like a sci-fi convention. He gestured at the screen. If they're buying, they're not buying for fun. Peter's posture stiffened. So we should stop them. Aqualad's voice stayed calm. We will. With preparation. Tony nodded. Exactly. Which means we do more watching. Longer watching. Wally groaned again. No. Tony pointed at him. Yes. Batman tapped a control and a schedule grid appeared. Time blocks. Positions. Rotations. A longer surveillance plan. Multiple nights. Peter stared at it like it was a homework assignment he didn't remember being assigned. Aqualad studied it and nodded once. A rotation. Batman's gaze swept the team. This is not optional. Superboy's jaw tightened again. We can handle it. Batman's eyes stayed on him for a beat. Prove it. Tony stepped forward slightly, tone lighter but still firm. All right. Here's how it works. You watch. You record. You stay hidden. If you're discovered, you withdraw unless civilians are about to die. If civilians are threatened, you act. That's the line. Peter shifted his feet. His hands clenched slightly at his sides. I could feel his frustration rolling under his skin even without any special sense. It was obvious in his posture. He wasn't rebellious. He just hated waiting while bad things moved forward. Batman's eyes moved to Peter. Parker. Peter straightened like he'd been called on in class. Yes, sir. Batman's voice stayed flat. You hesitated. Peter's throat bobbed. He was right there. Batman didn't change expression. You moved when the situation required it. Peter nodded quickly. Yes. Batman's gaze shifted away. You will learn patience. Peter's shoulders dropped by a fraction, like he wanted to argue but didn't have the words. He stayed quiet. Tony looked at Peter, then glanced at me briefly, then back to the team. Okay. Rotation starts tomorrow night. You're going to hate it. That's fine. Hate it quietly. Wally raised a hand. Can I hate it loudly in my own head? Robin said, no. Wally lowered his hand again with a small huff. Aqualad spoke calmly. We should debrief before rest. Batman nodded once. Do it. Tony waved a hand. I'll be here with Bat-Browned anxiety over here and we'll keep digging into the buyer chain. Go do your feelings meeting. Batman didn't react. We moved to the common area. It looked the same as before, but the mood changed. Away from the screens and oversight, the team's tension had room to show. Aqualad stood near the center, posture straight. We will debrief. Briefly. Clear and honest. Wally sat immediately and stretched his legs out like he'd earned it. Superboy leaned against a wall, arms crossed. Miss Martian sat on the couch with careful posture. Robin stayed standing, slightly apart, eyes on everyone. Peter sat slowly on the edge of the couch, mask finally pulled up off his face. His cheeks were flushed. He looked tired and irritated. I leaned against a counter near the kitchen area, relaxed, arms folded loosely. Aqualad's tone stayed steady. What went well? Robin answered immediately. We confirmed the operation. We gathered video and symbol identifiers. We maintained covered positions until compromised. Wally raised his hand slightly. Peter's spider sense saved us from getting shot in the face multiple times. Peter blinked and looked embarrassed. I mean thanks. Aqualad nodded. Yes. Peter's warning helped prevent escalation earlier as well. That is valuable. Miss Martian spoke softly. We also avoided injuring anyone severely. Superboy snorted. Because we left. Aqualad's eyes shifted toward Superboy, calm and direct. We left because it was the plan. Superboy's jaw tightened. He looked away. Aqualad continued. What did not go well? Wally opened his mouth. Robin said flatly, you talked. Wally's eyes widened. I did not. Robin didn't move. You talked. Wally deflated slightly and sighed. Okay. I talked. Miss Martian's voice was gentle. We lost the element of surprise. Aqualad nodded. Yes. Peter's fingers tightened on his knees. His breathing was steady but a little faster than normal. He looked like he was trying to swallow his feelings down and couldn't. Aqualad turned toward Peter. Peter. Speak. Peter looked up quickly. Me. Yes, Aqualad replied calmly. This is part of a team. You speak. Peter hesitated. Then he ran a hand through his hair, eyes flicking down, then up again. I don't like it, Peter said, voice strained but controlled. I don't like watching them move weapons and just, standing there. Robin's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't interrupt. Aqualad's expression stayed steady. Continue. Peter exhaled hard. I know what everyone's saying. I get it. Network. Bigger picture. But I keep thinking about someone getting hurt because we waited. Superboy's mouth twitched like he agreed, but he didn't say it. Peter looked at Aqualad, voice still tight. I'm used to stopping the thing I see in front of me. Aqualad nodded once. That is understandable. Peter's eyes flicked toward me briefly, like he was checking if I thought he was being stupid. I didn't. I'm not saying I want to ignore orders, Peter added quickly. I'm saying I don't know how to feel okay with it. Wally's face softened a little. He didn't joke. Miss Martian leaned forward slightly, voice gentle. You don't have to feel okay with it. You just have to keep your head clear. Robin finally spoke, voice blunt. If you can't follow orders, you shouldn't be here. Peter's face tightened. I didn't say I can't. Robin's gaze held on him. Then don't hesitate on the mission. Peter opened his mouth, then closed it again, jaw working. He looked angry, not at Robin exactly, but at the bluntness and the pressure in the whole situation. I pushed off the counter and stepped closer, keeping my posture loose and my tone calm. He's not refusing, I said evenly. He's processing. Robin's eyes flicked to me. That's not the mission. It affects the mission, I replied. Robin's expression didn't soften, but he didn't argue further. Aqualad lifted a hand slightly, calm. Both points are noted. Peter must learn mission discipline. The team must also understand each other. Peter swallowed, shoulders still tense. Aqualad's gaze stayed on Peter. You are not wrong to feel discomfort. But you must still follow orders. If civilians are threatened, you act. If not, you observe. That is the structure. Peter nodded slowly, eyes dropping. Okay. I stepped a little closer to Peter and spoke quietly, not making it dramatic. You're used to being the only one, I said. Here, you're not. That means sometimes you don't get to pick the moment. Peter looked up at me, eyes tired. I hate that. I smiled slightly. Yeah. Me too. He gave a weak laugh, more breath than sound. Aqualad continued the debrief. We will improve communication. Wally will reduce unnecessary commentary. Wally lifted a hand. I'm being targeted. Robin said, yes. Wally sighed. Fine. Aqualad's gaze shifted to Superboy. Superboy. Your strength is useful. Your restraint must be consistent. Superboy's eyes narrowed. I was restrained. Aqualad's tone stayed calm. You can be more restrained. Superboy looked away again, jaw tight. Whatever. Miss Martian's voice remained gentle. You did listen when Aqualad corrected you. Superboy's expression softened by a fraction, just for a second, then hardened again. Yeah. Aqualad nodded once. Good. He looked toward me. Flame. Your interventions were controlled. I nodded. I'm trying to keep it that way. Aqualad's expression stayed steady. Continue. I will, I replied simply. Robin's eyes stayed on me for a beat longer than necessary, like he was cataloging that answer. I kept my face neutral. Aqualad concluded, we rest. Tomorrow night begins longer rotation surveillance. We will prepare mentally and physically. Wally stood up immediately. I will prepare snacks. Robin said, no. Wally looked at Miss Martian. Snacks. Miss Martian smiled gently. Maybe one snack. Wally grinned like he'd won. Peter stayed seated for a moment after the debrief broke. He stared at the floor, hands clasped, shoulders slightly hunched. Not defeated. Just tired. I sat beside him on the couch, giving him space but being present. He glanced at me. Do you think Robin hates me? I smiled. Robin hates everyone. Peter blinked. Then he let out a small laugh. Okay. That makes me feel better. It should, I said. Peter's smile faded into a thoughtful frown. I just don't want to mess this up. You won't, I replied. He looked at me skeptically. How do you know? I shrugged lightly. Because you care. People who don't care mess it up. Peter's eyes softened a little. Yet. He rubbed his face with one hand. Also, I miss my bed. I do too, I said cheerfully. This couch is not it. Peter huffed a laugh again. Then he stood up slowly. We should probably go home before Aunt May wakes up and notices I wasn't there. Yeah, I said, standing too. Let's go. We left the base with permission. Tony waved at us from the console room without looking up, still talking quietly with Batman. Batman didn't acknowledge us at all, which was normal for him. The ride back was quiet and short. Peter looked out the window the whole time, eyes tired. At the apartment, we slipped in quietly. Aunt May's door stayed shut. The apartment smelled like home. Warm. Normal. Peter kicked his shoes off and collapsed onto his bed with a soft groan like his body had been holding itself upright out of pure stubbornness. I stayed in the living room, standing near the window and looking out at the city for a moment. The night looked calm. That didn't mean it was. I heard Peter's voice muffled from his room. Flame. Yet. I called back softly. You're staying, right? He asked, voice tired and small in a way he'd never use outside this room. Yeah, I replied. I'm here. There was a pause. Then, quieter, okay. I leaned back against the wall and let my shoulders relax. Tomorrow night would be surveillance again. Longer. Slower. More waiting. More resisting the urge to act. That was part of being on a team. And Peter was going to hate it. I was going to hate it too, just with a smile. Chapter 16, Long Hours, Small Signals. The next night started with a schedule. Not the kind of schedule school gave you, where a bell told you when to move and nobody cared if you were late. This was a schedule with time blocks, hand signals, and a quiet expectation that if you messed up, someone could get hurt. Peter and I arrived at the base after dinner, slipping out of his apartment the same way we always did. Quiet shoes. Quiet door. No Aunt May hearing us. He moved like he was used to sneaking out, but he still had that small tension in his shoulders like he hated needing to. I stayed cheerful anyway. Not because it was funny. Because being tense didn't help. Being calm did. Aqualad was already at the console when we entered, posture straight, eyes on the screens. Robin stood beside him, masked, still. Miss Martian sat on the couch with a bottle of water and a calm expression that didn't quite hide fatigue. Wally bounced near the kitchen area, rummaging for snacks like it was a mission requirement. Superboy leaned against a wall with his arms crossed, staring at the floor. Batman's presence was on the screens and in the comms. Tony's presence was on the screens and in the way the tech was stacked like he'd added 3 extra layers of redundancy just to feel better. Aqualad looked up as Peter and I approached. You are on rotation too, he said calmly. South and west perimeter. Observation only. Peter nodded quickly. Okay. Aqualad's gaze shifted to me. Flame. Altitude monitoring, but remain within line of sight of Peter's position. I nodded. Got it. Robin's eyes flicked to both of us briefly. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. His stare was enough to remind Peter what "don't freelance" meant. Wally popped up beside Peter with a grin. "Welcome to the fun part." Peter looked at him. "This is the fun part." Wally nodded enthusiastically. "Waiting in a cold place while nothing happens and Robin judges you." Robin's head turned slightly. "I'm not judging." Wally blinked. "You're always judging." Robin said, "Focus." Wally saluted lazily. "Yes, sir." Miss Martian stood and walked toward Peter, smiling gently. "You will do well," she said kindly. "Long watches are hard at first." Peter tried to smile back. "Yeah. I'm ready." Superboy snorted softly, still leaning. "Nobody's ready to stand still." Aqualad ignored the comment and continued the briefing. "Tonight, we continue surveillance of the warehouse district near the river. We have identified repeated movement patterns. Our goal is to confirm the buyer meeting location." Peter's eyes sharpened. "So there's an actual meeting?" "Likely," Aqualad replied. Tony's voice came through the room speaker, casual but direct. "We've got chatter and transaction timing. We just need your eyes on the ground to confirm who shows and where." Batman's voice followed immediately, flat. "Do not be seen." Peter swallowed. "Yes, sir." I smiled slightly at Peter's reaction. He always responded to authority like he wanted to be perfect. That was useful and dangerous at the same time. We moved out. The trip to the district took less time than Peter would have liked. He stared out the transport window and bounced his knee. I sat relaxed, hands resting loosely, paying attention to the rotation plan on the screen and the probable routes criminals would use. When we arrived, Aqualad split the team. Robin and Miss Martian moved toward the north approach. Wally took the east, rotating fast enough that he could cover multiple angles if he kept his mouth shut. Superboy stayed central, hidden in a shadowed area with a clear view of the main loading bay. Peter took the south approach again, but this time farther back, with better cover. I stayed above, high enough to be a dot if anyone noticed, low enough that I could track movements and hear voices. Night air off the river was cold. The district smelled like damp concrete and fuel. The warehouse lights were mostly off, except for a few security lamps that cast hard, dull pools across the yard. We waited. At first, Peter tried to keep busy by scanning every angle. Then he tried to stop himself from scanning too hard, like he was afraid he'd move wrong and get caught. He crouched on a rooftop edge behind a low wall, mask on, posture tight. I hovered higher, silent, breathing slow. I kept my body normal. No aura. No glowing eyes. No heat shimmering. Just control. Minutes turned into longer minutes. Wally's voice came through comms, quiet for once. "I'm so bored." Robin replied immediately. Then stopped thinking. Wally muttered, "That's impossible." Miss Martian's voice followed softly. "I sense no new minds yet." Aqualad, monitoring from a distance, spoke calmly. "Hold." Peter shifted slightly on his rooftop. His voice came through, low. "How do you guys do this all the time?" I replied quietly, "We complain and then we keep doing it." He let out a small breath that sounded like a laugh. "Okay." Another stretch of waiting passed. I watched the moon out of the corner of my eye without looking directly at it. I wasn't taking risks. My body was stable, but I wasn't interested in giving anyone a repeat of the Great Ape incident. I kept my gaze on the ground. Eventually, movement arrived. A truck rolled in slow, headlights off, then flashed once and died again. A van followed. A sedan came last. The same pattern. I listened carefully. Boots on concrete. Quiet voices. A back door sliding open. Crates scraping. Robin's voice came in, clipped. Same group. Tony's voice came right after, calm. Record. The operation moved quicker tonight. Less hesitation. More confidence. That meant the buyer was closer. Miss Martian spoke softly. They're thinking about the handoff. They're nervous. Aqualad replied calmly. Positions. Observe only. Peter's voice came through, tense but controlled. Got it. I stayed above and watched the sedan. A second vehicle arrived 10 minutes later. Not a civilian car. A sleek black SUV with tinted windows and a pattern of subtle reinforcement on the frame. It parked slightly away from the loading bay, like it didn't want to be near the chaos. Two people stepped out. Both wearing coats. Both moving like professionals. One of them carried a small case, similar shape to the one we saw the previous night, but cleaner. New. Tony's voice tightened slightly. That's new. Batman's voice followed instantly. Buyer proxy. The proxy didn't approach the warehouse door right away. He stood near the SUV, speaking quietly into an earpiece. Miss Martian's voice came through. He's thinking about meeting somewhere else. Not here. Aqualad's tone stayed calm. Follow with eyes. No pursuit unless ordered. That last part was for Wally as much as anyone. Wally replied, I'm not moving. Robin said, good. The proxy turned and walked toward the Riverside Road instead of the warehouse. A second man met him there, stepping out of the shadows. He looked like a normal guy until you watched his posture. Too steady. Too aware. He wasn't armed visibly, but he moved like he didn't need to show it. They spoke for a few seconds, then both walked along the road toward a different block. Tony's voice came through, okay, that's our meeting move. Nobody goes in. Just eyes. Batman added, track location. I adjusted position, drifting along at altitude, keeping them within line of sight. I could have been on the ground in a second. I didn't. I stayed where I was supposed to be. Peter's spider sense flared. It came through the COMM as a sharp inhale. Something's wrong, he whispered. I shifted my focus immediately, scanning his rooftop and the street below him. Peter stayed still, but his shoulders locked. His head turned slightly toward an adjacent building. I don't know what, he added, voice tight. It's like, close. I dropped lower, still quiet, and listened harder. I heard it a second later. A faint mechanical click. Not the sound of a gun loading. The sound of a sensor switching modes. I spotted a small device on the edge of the rooftop near Peter's cover. A puck-like object with a faint blue light, stuck to the concrete like a mine. A proximity sensor. A trap meant for someone with a patrol route. Peter's spider sense had caught it before his eyes did. Don't move, I whispered through comms. Peter froze completely. I wasn't moving. Aqualad's voice came through, calm but immediate. Explain. Trap near Peter, I said. Proximity sensor. Robin's voice snapped, disable. I can, I replied. Batman's voice came through, flat. Quietly. I drifted down and landed lightly on the roof behind Peter, careful to keep my footsteps silent. He glanced back at me, eyes wide behind his mask. I didn't put that there, he whispered. I know, I whispered back. I crouched and examined the device. It wasn't DC standard. It wasn't Stark Tech. It was something assembled from mixed parts, probably the same people we were watching. It had a small charge and a signal transmitter. If it triggered, it would alert someone that Spider-Man or another Watcher was present. That meant they expected interference. "Stay still," I whispered again. Peter's voice tightened. "I am." I placed 2 fingers on the device and applied controlled cold through my skin without showing any breath. Just enough to freeze the internal battery connection, stopping transmission. Then I pinched the casing gently and pulled the core out with minimal movement. The blue light died. Peter exhaled softly. "Okay." I held the device up briefly. "We'll give this to Tony." Aqualad's voice came through. "Good work. Continue observation." Peter's shoulders stayed tight, but his voice sounded steadier. "Okay." That moment mattered. It proved something to Peter that he needed to feel, not just hear. Patience didn't mean doing nothing. Patience meant being ready to act on the right thing. His spider sense had saved the whole rotation from being compromised. We resumed positions. I returned to altitude. Peter stayed put. He still looked tense, but now he looked focused too, like he had a job beyond wait. Across the district, the buyer proxy and the Shadow Man reached a new location. A small office building near the river, half renovated, mostly empty, with one lit room on the 3rd floor. The proxy gestured toward the building. The Shadow Man nodded. Both entered through a side door. Tony's voice came through, "Location confirmed." "That's our buyer meeting point." Batman's voice followed, "Maintain cover." Wally whispered, "We're just letting them meet." Robin replied, "We're watching." Wally muttered, "Same thing." Miss Martian spoke softly. "There are more minds inside. They're waiting." Aqualad's tone stayed calm. "We hold." We held. Time dragged. Peter's breathing stayed steady. Every few minutes, he shifted his weight carefully, keeping his muscles from cramping. I stayed above, tracking all angles. The warehouse yard remained active, but slower now, like they were waiting for confirmation from the meeting. The 3rd floor light stayed on. Then, movement. A new figure arrived at the office building. Not from the street. From above. A gliding descent, controlled, silent, ending on the roof. My eyes narrowed. That wasn't a normal criminal. I adjusted angle and focused. The figure moved like a trained infiltrator. Dark gear. Compact build. He crouched near an access hatch and placed something against it. Robin's voice came through, clipped. "I see it too." Batman's voice came immediately. "Maintain cover. Identify." Tony added, "Please tell me that's not another ninja." I watched the roof figure pop the hatch and slip inside. Miss Martian's voice came through, slightly strained. "He's shielding his thoughts. It's hard to read." Batman's voice was flat. "Professional." This was escalating. Not in an action way yet, but in a complexity way. A buyer meeting. A shadow courier. A third-party infiltrator. Someone was trying to steal the deal, sabotage it, or identify the buyer. Peter's spider sense flickered again, not as sharp as before, but present. He whispered, "There's something else." I listened. I heard a faint set of footsteps on the lower roofline near his position. Someone moving quietly. Not part of our team. Too slow for Wally. Too heavy for Robin. A guard doing a perimeter sweep. Peter's voice tightened. "He's coming up here." Aqualad's voice came through, calm and immediate. "Do not engage unless discovered." Peter whispered, "He's going to see me." I scanned the roofline and spotted the guard climbing a fire escape toward Peter's building. Flashlight in hand. Rifle slung. He was close enough that if he reached the top, he'd sweep the exact spot Peter was in. Peter was pinned by the earlier tripwire logic. Move wrong, and he'd make noise. Stay still, and he'd get spotted. I dropped altitude, silent, and moved to a position above the guard. I couldn't just knock him out loud. That would pull attention. I needed quiet. I timed it. As the guard's head rose above the roof edge, I reached down and grabbed the back of his jacket collar with 2 fingers, lifting him smoothly off the ladder. His flashlight swung upward in surprise, beam cutting across empty sky. I carried him 2 rooftops away in a single controlled glide and set him down behind an HVAC unit. I tapped his neck lightly, just enough to put him out. No heavy hit. No crashing body. No noise. I returned to Peter's roof and landed behind him again. Peter's eyes were wide when he glanced back. "Did you just—" "Quiet," I whispered. "Okay," he whispered back, breathing shallow with adrenaline. Aqualad's voice came through. "Status." "Guard neutralized quietly," I said. Batman's voice was flat. "Acceptable. Continue observation." Peter's shoulders eased slightly, then tightened again as he forced himself back into stillness. Down by the river office building, the meeting shifted. The 3rd floor light flickered briefly, then steadied. Someone moved inside close to the window. A silhouette. Another silhouette. A hand gesture. Tony's voice came through, low. "We need a better look at that buyer." Batman's voice followed, not from the team. "Drone." A drone feed sharpened on the screen in our COMM overlay. I couldn't see the screen physically, but I heard Tony's typing and the subtle shift in COMM compression. Robin's voice came through, clipped. "Buyer's wearing a mask." Tony sighed audibly. "Of course he is." Miss Martian whispered, "The buyer is thinking about apocalypse." That got everyone's attention. Wally's voice went quiet. "That's bad, right?" Robin replied, "Yes." Aqualad's voice remained calm, but firmer. "Hold. Do not engage." My posture tightened slightly at that word in Miss Martian's report. Apocalypse meant Darkseid-level connections. In this merged world, that wasn't just DC. That touched everything. That meant the stakes could jump fast. Peter didn't speak, but I could hear his breathing change. He knew bad when he heard it, even if he didn't know the name. The roof infiltrator inside the office building moved again. A faint thud on the roof hatch, then silence, then movement near the 3rd floor window. Someone inside reacted suddenly, stepping back from the window. The meeting room light snapped off. Tony's voice sharpened. "They know they're being watched." Batman's voice was flat. "Withdraw. Now." Aqualad responded instantly. "Team, retreat. Maintain stealth. No engagement." Peter moved first, shooting a web line and swinging away low, silent. Wally vanished in a red blur, but kept it tight enough that he didn't create a wind blast. Robin and Miss Martian shifted from their north position, moving through shadows. Superboy lifted and moved, staying low behind building lines. I stayed above, tracking the office building. The side door opened and the buyer proxy stepped out, moving fast now, no longer casual. The shadow man followed. The SUV started up immediately. Tony's voice came through, "We have location confirmed and enough audio keywords. Retreat. Batman and I will handle pursuit." Batman's voice followed, "Do not follow." Peter's voice came through, strained. "But they're leaving." Aqualad replied calmly, "We follow orders." Peter went quiet. I felt that tension in him again, but he didn't break. He didn't chase. He moved with the retreat plan. As we withdrew toward the extraction point, Peter ended up beside me on a rooftop transition. He paused for half a second behind a low wall, breathing hard. His voice came low. That felt like losing. I looked at him. It wasn't. He shook his head slightly. They got away. We got what we needed, I replied. He frowned. A word about apocalypse isn't enough. It's enough for Batman and Tony to start pulling threads, I said. Peter's eyes flicked toward the river, where the SUV tail lights were already gone. I hate threads. I smiled slightly. Yet. That's why you're learning. He let out a short breath, then nodded. Okay. We reached the extraction point and regrouped. Aqualad checked everyone quickly with his eyes, calm and methodical. Everyone accounted for, he said. Robin's gaze stayed sharp. No one was seen. Miss Martian shook her head gently. No. Wally grinned weakly. We're the best at being invisible. Superboy muttered, we ran. Aqualad's gaze shifted to him. We withdrew. Superboy didn't reply. The transport arrived and we boarded. Back at the base, Tony and Batman were already digging into the data. Multiple screens showed maps, intercepted chatter, and tag markers on the office building. Tony looked up briefly as we entered. Good job not dying, he said, tone casual. Batman didn't look up. Debrief. Aqualad guided us to the common area again. Everyone looked more tired now. The kind of tired that came from holding still and holding back. Aqualad's voice stayed calm. Peter. Peter blinked. Me. Aqualad nodded. You held position. You did not pursue. You reported. That is discipline. Peter's face flushed slightly. It didn't feel like it. Aqualad replied, it is. Peter's jaw tightened. Okay. Miss Martian smiled gently at Peter. You also saved us with your warning, she said kindly. The rooftop device. Peter's eyes widened slightly. Yet. That was, yet. Wally leaned toward Peter and grinned. Your danger sense is basically cheating. Peter huffed a small laugh. It doesn't feel like cheating. Robin spoke, blunt as always. It's an asset. Use it. Report it immediately. Don't assume someone else sees what you feel. Peter nodded quickly. I will. I watched Peter's posture shift slightly. Tiny improvement. He still hated it, but he was starting to understand how to carry it. Aqualad turned his gaze to the team. We achieved our objective. We confirmed the buyer meeting location. We obtained keywords. We identified third-party interference. Wally raised his hand. Third-party ninja. Robin replied, not confirmed. Wally shrugged. It was very ninja. Tony's voice came through the doorway, louder. It was very ninja. Batman's voice followed immediately, flat. It was professional infiltration. Not speculation. Tony leaned in, eyebrows raised. Let them have fun, Batman. Batman didn't reply. Aqualad concluded, rotation continues tomorrow. We will adjust positions. We will remain patient. Peter looked like he wanted to groan, but he didn't. He just nodded. I stayed relaxed, but inside my focus was tighter than before. The words Miss Martian heard mattered. The pattern mattered. The traps placed near Peter mattered. Someone was anticipating Spider-Man specifically, which meant our presence had already been noticed in a broader way than I liked. But we had rules, and we were following them, and that meant we weren't giving enemies easy mistakes to exploit. Peter stood up slowly after the debrief and walked toward the kitchen area, shoulders drooping from exhaustion. I followed him and spoke quietly. You did good. He glanced at me, eyes tired. I still feel useless. You weren't, I replied. You caught the trap. You didn't chase. You listened. He frowned. Not chasing feels like failing. I smiled gently. It's just a skill you don't like. He let out a short laugh, then took a long drink of water. I hate this skill. I know, I said cheerfully. You'll still learn it. Peter shook his head slightly, but he didn't argue. He just looked out at the base lights and sighed, tired. Chapter 17, Standing Still on Purpose. The next rotation started before the sun even finished going down. Tony called it an adjustment. Batman called it a change in pattern. Aqualad called it new information. Wally called it bad news for my boredom levels. I called it annoying, quietly, inside my own head, because the new location meant people. Not warehouse people. Not empty lot people. Regular people. Evening commuters. Couples walking to dinner. Someone pushing a stroller. Teenagers sitting on a bus stop bench with loud voices and glowing phone screens. The buyer meeting had moved into a public strip near the river. Restaurants, a convenience store, a small parking lot that stayed half full. A place where you couldn't throw anyone through a wall without ruining more lives than you saved. We were back in the base first, listening to the updated plan. Aqualad stood in front of the main screen, posture straight, voice calm. Tonight's observation point is here. He highlighted the block and the surrounding streets. The buyer proxy will arrive within the next 2 hours. The exchange is expected to be smaller and faster. Robin's eyes stayed locked on the map. Public location means faster handoff. Miss Martian's voice was soft. And more mines. Harder to isolate. Superboy leaned against the wall with arms crossed. So we can't do anything. Aqualad didn't look at him directly, but his tone stayed firm. We can protect civilians without engaging. That is our priority. Wally raised his hand and spoke before Robin could stop him. How do we protect civilians without engaging? Robin replied flatly, by being smart. Wally lowered his hand. That's vague. Tony's voice came through the speaker, casual but edged. Okay, kids. Here's the deal. Batman and I are pulling on the Apocalypse lead. The keyword isn't a joke, and neither is who might be using it. We're not sending you to go fight a god. You're doing support. Batman's voice followed immediately. Strict support. Peter stood beside me, mask off, hair still messy from rushing here after school. His eyes were alert and a little nervous. He kept glancing between Aqualad and the screen like he was trying to memorize every detail. Support how? Peter asked quietly. Aqualad turned toward him calmly. We observe the exchange. We identify participants. We protect civilians by preventing collateral harm. If direct threat occurs, we intervene to save lives. We do not initiate a fight. Peter nodded quickly, but his jaw tightened. Okay. Tony's voice came in again. Also, you're doing an extended watch. Pairs. Because fatigue makes idiots. Wally protested immediately. Hey. Tony replied, yes, you. Batman added, no improvisation. Wally's mouth opened. Then he closed it. Aqualad looked around the room. Pairs are assigned. Peter and Flame, south rooftop coverage. Peter glanced at me. I smiled, relaxed. Great, Peter said, voice trying to sound casual. Aqualad continued. Robin and Miss Martian, north alley coverage. Wally, rotating east. Superboy, hidden on a central rooftop, with line of sight. I will remain mobile on the ground, blending. Peter blinked. Blending. Aqualad's expression stayed calm. Yes. Wally whispered loudly, he blends better than you. Peter whispered back, I blend fine. Robin's eyes turned toward them. They both went quiet. I leaned slightly toward Peter and spoke low. We do what we did last night, I said. Stay still, watch, move only if someone's about to get hurt. Peter nodded. Yet. Tony's voice came through again. And flame, no moon. I smiled slightly. No moon. Batman's voice was flat. No looking. I know, I replied. The transport ride was short. The district was already lit with street lamps and neon signs. People walked in clusters. The air smelled like food and car exhaust and water. We split into positions without fanfare. Peter and I climbed to the south rooftop. It wasn't high, just high enough to see the strip. We tucked behind an HVAC unit and a short wall. Peter perched in a crouch like he always did, mask on, body tense but controlled. I stayed in a low hover for a moment, then settled into a quiet crouch beside him, keeping my body small. This is weird, Peter whispered. Public area is always weird, I whispered back. He glanced at me. You've done public stakeouts. In other ways, I replied, tone light. This is basically the same, just with more snacks below us. Peter let out a small laugh. Then his shoulders tightened again as he focused. We waited. Minutes passed. Then more minutes. The glow of the strip stayed constant. Cars pulled in and out. A delivery guy brought bags into a restaurant. A couple argued quietly near the curb, then walked off together anyway. Peter's breathing stayed steady. I listened to his heartbeat. Slightly faster than normal, but controlled. I didn't feel bored. I felt aware. This was the part where mistakes happened because you wanted something to happen. Wally's voice came through comms, quiet. I see movement on the west side. Robin replied, describe. Wally whispered, black sedan. Slow roll. Same as before. Aqualad responded calmly. Positions. Observe only. Peter's posture tightened. The sedan parked near the convenience store. A man stepped out with a jacket and a cap. He didn't look special. That was usually the point. He walked into the store like he was buying something small. Miss Martian's voice came through softly. He is thinking about timing. He is nervous. Robin replied, proxy. I watched the store entrance. The proxy emerged a minute later with a small bag like he'd bought chips or soda. He walked toward the alley between the restaurant and the store. Aqualad's voice came through. That alley is north. Robin. Robin replied, on it. Peter whispered, so we just watch him walk away. Yes, I whispered back. Peter didn't answer, but his fingers flexed once. A second car arrived. Not the same SUV as last night. A smaller vehicle, clean, tinted. It parked for only a moment. Two men stepped out and moved quickly, not lingering near crowds. One carried a slim hard case under a coat. Tony's voice came through. That's the package. Batman's voice followed. Record. Identify faces. Robin replied, copy. I listened carefully. No sirens. No immediate danger. Then Peter's spider sense flickered. He stiffened. I didn't move yet. I just watched him. His head angled slightly toward the street corner. Something's off, Peter whispered. Where? I whispered back. He didn't point. He didn't need to. His eyes tracked a man near a parked car. The man looked like a regular guy leaning against a hood, but his posture was too ready. He wasn't scrolling his phone. He wasn't watching the street casually. His attention was locked on the rooftop line, sweeping. Spotter. My jaw tightened slightly. This wasn't going to stay clean. Peter's spider sense flickered again. Stronger. He's looking for us, Peter whispered. Stay still, I whispered. The spotter lifted his chin slightly. A tiny earbud glinted. He spoke into it. Then, 2 blocks away, a second figure moved. A man near the alley entrance shifted his stance and looked up briefly, scanning rooftops. I kept my body low. I didn't flare anything. I didn't want heat vision eyes glowing in the dark. Robin's voice came through comms, clipped. They're sweeping rooftops. We're at risk of discovery. Aqualad replied calmly. Hold. Do not move unless targeted. Peter's breathing tightened. They're going to see me. I looked at the street again. The spotter's gaze was getting closer to our rooftop line. I kept my voice low. If they look up at this exact angle, yes. But they're scanning wide. Stay under the wall line. Peter adjusted by centimeters, careful enough not to scrape his suit on metal. The spotter's gaze paused. Then moved on. Peter exhaled softly. Good, I whispered. He whispered back, my legs are cramping. I let out a quiet laugh. Same. We waited again. The alley exchange was happening out of our direct view, but I had enough line of sight to see shadows moving. Robin and Miss Martian were closer, and I trusted them to record what mattered. Wally's voice came through, quieter than usual. I'm seeing a third group. 2 guys in black tactical gear. Not ours. Batman's voice responded immediately. Third party confirmed. Do not engage. Tony added, let the adults handle the big mystery guys, kids. Wally whispered, I am an adult. Robin replied, no. Wally went quiet. Peter's spider sense flared hard. He froze, then leaned slightly forward, eyes wide behind the mask. I felt it too, but differently. A sudden change in air pressure. A faint mechanical whine. Something on our rooftop line. I turned my head slowly and spotted it. Another rooftop puck device. Similar to last night. This one wasn't near Peter's feet. It was on the edge of the HVAC unit behind us, facing outward like a sensor. Peter whispered, voice tight, it's right there. Don't move, I whispered, keeping my voice calm. It's going to. It hasn't yet, I whispered. I checked the street quickly. No eyes on us right now. The spotter had moved to another angle. People below were still walking normally. No one was reacting. I slid one hand slowly toward the device. Peter's spider sense flared again as if it hated the idea. I moved carefully anyway, keeping my body under cover, shielding the device from any line of sight below. I pinched the casing and applied controlled cold again, freezing its transmitter core. The tiny light dimmed, then died. Peter let out a breath. Okay. I lifted the device and held it in my palm. They're definitely expecting us. Peter's voice came low. That's not comforting. No, I whispered back, tone still light. But it's useful. Below, the alley exit opened again. One of the men with the hard case stepped out first, walking quickly and blending into the crowd. He didn't run. He didn't look panicked. He just moved like he knew exactly how to vanish. The proxy followed, slower, pretending nothing happened. Aqualad's voice came through. Exchange completed. Continue observation. Identify direction of travel. Peter whispered, if they leave with the case, shouldn't we? No, I whispered. He didn't argue. He just looked tense. The hard-case man entered the smaller vehicle and drove away, heading east. Wally's voice came through, he's heading toward the bridge. Tony replied, we've got drones. Keep your eyes on local threats. Do not chase. Peter's shoulders slumped slightly at the do not chase, but he held position. The spotter on the street corner suddenly turned, speaking into his earbud again. His gaze flicked upward for a brief moment. Peter's spider sense spiked. Now, Peter whispered sharply, like his body was begging him to move. I saw the spotter lift a hand and point subtly toward our building. He had us. Aqualad's voice came through, calm but urgent. Extraction pattern. Now. No engagement unless fired upon. Protect civilians. Robin replied, copy. Wally said, finally. Peter moved instantly, shooting a web line and swinging off the rooftop, keeping low behind the building line. I moved too, but carefully. I didn't blast upward. I didn't create wind. I slid off the rooftop and dropped behind a lower roofline, using the buildings to block line of sight. Below, the spotter shouted something to two men who began moving toward the building entrance. Not guns drawn. Not yet. But they were moving with intent. That mattered because civilians were still nearby. A woman stepped out of the convenience store with a bag. A guy pushed a cart of boxes toward a restaurant back door. Regular people, walking into danger without knowing it. That was the line. I dropped lower, landing behind a parked delivery van where the spotter couldn't see me. Peter swung to a fire escape across the street and crouched behind it, eyes tracking the men approaching. Aqualad's voice came through, calm and clear. We prevent escalation. No public fight. Peter whispered, how? I whispered back, we block quietly. One of the men reached the building entrance and pulled out a device, likely to access the stairwell or scan. If he triggered a confrontation, the crowd would notice, and then panic would spread. I moved first, fast but silent, crossing behind cars and stepping behind the man. I tapped the back of his neck with controlled force. He dropped immediately, limp but alive. I caught him gently before he hit the pavement and dragged him behind the building corner, out of public view. The second man turned, startled, scanning. Peter's spider sense guided him. He dropped from the fire escape and shot a web across the man's face, yanking him backward into the alley gap between two buildings before anyone on the sidewalk could notice. Peter whispered, breathless, sorry. The man struggled. Peter pinned him with webs quickly. Aqualad moved in from the other side of the block, water forming silently around his hands. He didn't throw it like a wave. He used it like a barrier, guiding a couple of civilians away from the building entrance with subtle pressure, like they'd just decided to take another route. Miss Martian stepped onto the sidewalk, blending like a normal person, and gently pushed calm into the nearest bystanders' minds. Their faces softened, their attention drifting away from the alley and the sudden movement. Wally zipped past, grabbing the spotter's earbud and yanking it out in a blur, then spinning him around and dropping him behind a parked car. The spotter didn't even have time to shout. No one screamed. No one ran. The crowd kept flowing, distracted and guided just enough to stay safe. We held. And then we got out. Aqualad's voice came through. Extraction now. We moved away from the strip quickly, not in a sprint, just fast enough to disappear into the dark street network. The transport met us 2 blocks away, hidden behind an abandoned loading bay. Peter climbed in first, breathing hard, mask half off. Wally flopped into a seat. I did not start a fight, he announced. Robin replied, you moved without permission. Wally sat up, offended. Civilians were there. Robin's voice stayed flat. You still broke formation. Aqualad raised a hand slightly. We will debrief after return. Miss Martian sat quietly, eyes closed for a moment, breathing steady like she was recovering from calming a whole sidewalk full of strangers. Superboy looked irritated, but also vaguely disappointed he hadn't punched anything. I sat beside Peter. He was shaking his hands out slightly like his body couldn't decide whether to relax. "You okay?" I asked quietly. Peter let out a breath. I think so. "You were fast," I said, tone light. He looked at me, eyes tired. "I hate that they found us." "Yeah," I replied. "Me too." He swallowed. "But we didn't freak everyone out." "No," I said. "That's a win." We returned to the base. Tony and Batman were waiting again, of course. Screens already showed the hard case vehicle route tracked by drones. Audio keywords were listed, and the word Miss Martian had caught earlier was highlighted again among other phrases. Tony looked up as we entered. "Good. You didn't cause a riot." "Love that." Batman's voice was flat. "Report." Aqualad stepped forward calmly and gave a concise summary. "Exchange occurred in public. Third-party surveillance detected. We withdrew on compromise. We prevented escalation without public exposure." Batman nodded once. "Acceptable." Tony pointed at the screen. "We got the buyer route. We got the case signature. We also got proof they're placing sensors on rooftops. That means they know you exist. Which is annoying." Peter shifted uncomfortably. Tony looked at him. "Not your fault, kid. Just a fact." Batman's gaze shifted briefly to Peter. "Your warning helped." Peter blinked. "My." Batman's voice stayed flat. "Your instinct. You identified threats before the team did." Peter's face flushed slightly. "Thanks." Batman didn't respond. He returned to the screen. Aqualad turned toward us in the common area after the initial report. "Extended overnight watch begins now," he said calmly. "We must maintain pressure. The buyer meeting may move again, and the network may react to tonight's compromise. Pairs will rotate." Wally groaned softly. "Overnight," Robin said, quiet. Aqualad looked at Peter and me. "You are paired for the first extended watch. You will take a remote rooftop position overlooking the bridge approach. You will watch for vehicle movement consistent with the hard case route. No engagement." Peter's shoulders tensed. "Okay." I smiled. "Sounds fun." Peter looked at me. "How is that fun?" "It's not," I replied cheerfully. "That's why it's funny." He huffed a small laugh despite himself. We headed out again, just the two of us this time, with comms connected and a small portable sensor kit Robin handed us. Robin spoke briefly as he gave it to Peter. "If it beeps, don't touch it. Tell me." Peter nodded quickly. "Yes." Robin's eyes flicked to me. "No flying low." I nodded. "I won't." He didn't say good. He didn't say anything else. He just watched us leave. Our watch position was a mid-height rooftop overlooking a broad street that fed into the bridge approach. Cars moved steadily, but not packed. Streetlights cast clean pools of light. The river was visible in the distance, dark and calm. Peter perched behind a billboard support. I crouched beside him, keeping my silhouette small. We waited. A long stretch. Peter shifted slightly, then stopped himself, like he was afraid his suit would make noise. He breathed in slowly, then out. "You okay?" I asked quietly. Peter's voice came low. "I'm trying not to think about how long this is." "Think about something else," I said. He hesitated. "Like what?" I smiled. food. He let out a small laugh. I can't eat. I can, I said. Peter stared at me. You're going to eat during surveillance. Quietly, I replied. Peter shook his head, amused and irritated at the same time. You're insane. Yeah, I said lightly. We lapsed into quiet again. After another stretch, Peter whispered, do you ever feel like you're just watching bad things happen? I kept my voice calm. Sometimes. He looked at me. His eyes were serious behind the mask. How do you handle it? I handle it by doing the job we're doing, I replied. This is how we stop bigger harm. Peter's voice tightened slightly. It still feels bad. Yeah, I said. Feeling bad doesn't mean you're failing. He went quiet at that. Minutes later, his spider sense flickered again. He stiffened. His head turned slightly toward the street below. What? I whispered. There, he whispered back, pointing subtly with his chin. A vehicle moved differently than the rest. A dark sedan, same pattern as before. It didn't drive like a lost commuter. It rolled slow, then paused under a street light, then continued. I listened. I heard an unusual engine tone. Slightly heavier. Peter whispered, it's them. I activated the small sensor kit just enough to get a reading, careful not to make noise. The kit displayed a power signature ping consistent with the case energy we'd seen. I whispered, yet. Peter's breathing quickened. Do we? We report, I whispered. He clenched his jaw, then nodded. Right. I spoke quietly into comms. Possible target sedan heading toward bridge approach. Signature matches. Location and time stamp now. Robin's voice came through immediately. Copy. Stay hidden. Tony's voice followed, good eyes. Do not move. Batman's voice was flat. Maintain observation. Peter exhaled hard through his nose. Okay. We watched the sedan continue. It didn't cross the bridge. It turned off into a side street and entered an underground garage entrance that belonged to a private building. Peter's spider sense flared again, not danger this time, but urgency. They're going inside, he whispered. We can't see. I kept my voice steady. We got the location. He looked frustrated. That's not enough. It is for Batman, I said. Peter's shoulders tightened. Then he nodded again, forcing himself to stay still. Okay, he said quietly. Okay. We stayed on the rooftop, eyes locked on the garage entrance, watching for anyone else, any escort vehicles, any civilians at risk. Nothing immediate. A long stretch passed. The night cooled further. Peter's movements grew smaller as fatigue crept in. He stayed committed anyway, body still, eyes sharp. I respected that more than anything else he did. Not the webs. Not the flips. This. The staying when every part of him wanted to move. He whispered after a while, voice tired, I'm getting better at this. You are, I whispered back. He let out a short breath that sounded almost like relief. Below, the garage door opened briefly and closed again, but no one came out. We held position and waited for the next rotation call, still watching, still listening, still doing the slow work on purpose.